Hello guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and in this video we will be looking at JavaScript for absolute beginners. It would be a continuation of our web development series, and I would like to say congratulations on completing the HTML and the CSS module and now venturing into the captivating world of JavaScript. If you have no prior knowledge to web development, this is of course definitely not the best place to start from. I would recommend you to check out the HTML for absolute beginners and the CSS for absolute beginners with the links on the description below. JavaScript will empower you to add interactivity, manipulate elements, handle user interactions, and bring your designs to life. Through this series, we will guide you step by step, equipping you with the essential JavaScript skills and concepts. Now get ready to unlock the full potential of web development and elevate your coding skill. As usual, let's get started by looking at some PowerPoint slides. This is my JavaScript lecture guide for absolute beginners. Of course, this is not everything about JavaScript, but all that's needed to learn at least the basic of JavaScript and get things up and running. I made this slide in order to keep this video as simple as possible. There are other documentations to learn JavaScript. We have the W3 schools, Mozilla Developer Network, and all other sources to learn JavaScript from. Now, firstly, we'll look at what is JavaScript, then why JavaScript. After that, we'll go over to the useful tools needed for getting started with JavaScript. Then we'll go over to JavaScript variables and data types. After that, we'll look at methods for string, arrays, and objects, which are some of the data types of JavaScript. Then we'll look at JavaScript operators. Under JavaScript operators, we're going to be talking about the arithmetic, logical, conditionals, etc. So these are not the only operators. We'll look at all the operators during the course of the tutorial. Then we'll go over to loops. We'll talk about the for loop, while loop, and some other loops used in JavaScript array method, usually for each and all of that. Then after that, we'll go over to JavaScript conditionals. We'll talk about the if statement, if and else statement, the switch statements, ternary operators, and all other conditionals. Then we'll go over to JavaScript functions. We'll talk about the regular functions. Then we'll look at the arrow functions which were introduced in ESC JavaScript. After that, we'll look at object-oriented programming, which is abbreviated as OOP. Then we'll go over to DOM selection and manipulation. After that, we'll look at JavaScript events, which are clicks and some other events. Then we'll go over to basic form validation. Then we'll go over to some JavaScript codes and projects. Now, just to point this out straight real quickly, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be learning all of these accordingly, just as it is here on my lecture guide. Now, the reason is because in the course of learning a particular topic, we might look at some things that are not here but are needed or important in learning JavaScript. Or in the course of learning a particular topic, we might look at a topic that is not the next immediate topic. Now, all of this said, I will try to keep this tutorial as simple as possible so that at the end we get the understanding of JavaScript and the things we need to know. So with this said, this will lead us to our first topic, which is what is JavaScript? Now, JavaScript is a programming language of the web. That's a good definition. And secondly, I have here on my slide saying JavaScript is a programming language that adds interactivity and functionality to our website. That is to say client-side programming. Then thirdly, I have that JavaScript is a scripting or a programming language that allows you to implement complex features on the website. As far as definitions of JavaScript, there are a lot of definitions. So the one on my head is saying JavaScript is a high-level interpreted language that runs on the browser. Now the next on my slide is why JavaScript. So why do we need to learn JavaScript as a programming language? Now the first reason being that JavaScript is easy and fun to learn. Hmm. I know this is making some of you laugh already. Or it's almost sounding not true to some of you guys, but JavaScript is actually easy and fun to learn. Now, secondly, JavaScript is the world's most popular programming language. Hmm. That's great. Then the third reason being that JavaScript finds application in almost everywhere, in web applications, mobile applications, desktop applications, game development, and even in machine learning. Now, next on my slide, it says JavaScript runs on both the client side and the server side. Now, Server-side programming using JavaScript is done with the help of Node.js, which is a runtime and not a framework. Now, the next reason being that with JavaScript front-end framework, such as React.js, AngularJS, and Vue.js, you can separate your front-end from a back-end by making the app to communicate with the back-end API that is built with other languages such as Python, PHP, and also JavaScript itself. Remember, I said JavaScript can be used on both client side and server side from the fourth reason. So if I build an API using JavaScript itself, which is Node.js, I can communicate with my front-end JavaScript, which is built with React.js, Angular, or Vue with that Node.js API. This will be hard for beginners to understand. All it's trying to say is that with JavaScript, you can separate your front-end from back-end. So when we go into advanced JavaScript later on, we see the or we'll get the understanding of this properly. Now, before we get started, let me talk about the front end and the back end. So, as a beginner, we often hear these terms, and in some cases, you'll be confused. What is front end? What is back end? I've got a lot of text from beginners asking this question. Now, this is it. Let me use JavaScript as a case study. Now, like we said from this our slide, that JavaScript can be used for front end and also for back end. Now, think of front end as the client side, that is to say, the part of the website you see and interact with. So think of it like that. Then the back end is the main logic, the main things that's communicating or interacting with your database. So for now, I think this would be the best explanation to that. So, but on this tutorial, we'll be focusing on the front end or the client side aspect of JavaScript. So whenever you hear me say front end, I can also interchange it with client side. So please take note. So the next on my slide is what are the useful tools needed for getting started with JavaScript. Now, as far as useful tools needed for getting started with JavaScript, all we need is a web browser and also a text editor. Now, for my case, I will go with my VS Code, which is Visual Studio Code, and Google Chrome as usual. Then after that, what you would consider is a working knowledge of HTML and CSS, because you actually need to have knowledge of HTML and CSS before you could at least learn and understand the basics of JavaScript. Now enough of the slides, so let's jump over to our browser and let me show you something. Now it is important to know that JavaScript is already running in our browser because it is built on Chrome's V8 engine. Now what do I mean by that? If I head over to my browser and go to my console by pressing F12. Now, this is what you would notice. These are the elements which we talk about HTML and CSS. We saw this during the HTML and CSS crash course. Then on the console, this is actually where we can write and execute JavaScript code. Now, what do I mean? If I come back to this console and I do something like alert, um, something like this, hello, then this, if I press enter, you see that JavaScript is already running on my browser. You can see it pop up saying hello. Now if I come down here and do something like variable name equal to God bless, then I press enter, I can now alert this name. Then if I press enter, this is what I will get, God bless. This is not the only thing I can do on JavaScript. I can do something like console.log this name. Now what this will do is that it will print it here on our console. So this is so this will tell you that JavaScript is already running on our browser. Unlike other server-side languages like PHP and Python that we need to install before we can actually start using them. JavaScript is not like that. JavaScript is already running on our browser. So we don't need to install anything in order to get started with JavaScript. So let's head over to VS Code and let me show you something. Now on VS Code, what I will do is that I will create my starter files just as we did on the HTML and the CSS crash course here on this web underscore dev underscore YouTube directory, which is our GitHub repository. What I will do now is to click on new folder. Then this will be JavaScript, which is JS underscore class. Then all I need to do is to press enter. Then what we'll do is that we'll create our cheat sheet. It sounds somehow. So we'll create our learning file. Then after that, we will create a project. All of them will be under this JS underscore class directory. So that when I push this code to GitHub, you can have it as well. So what I'll do now is that I would create an index.html file, index.html. Now why am I creating an index.html file? Now because index.html file is what I will save to my browser, then my JavaScript will interact with this HTML file, then it will be shown on my browser. Now as usual, what I'll do is that I'll create my boilerplate, then coming to the method of adding JavaScript to my website. I have three methods of adding JavaScript, just as we have in CSS. I have the inline JavaScript, the internal JavaScript, and the external JavaScript. Now, for the inline JavaScript, I can do something like, let me see, I have a button, let me say button. Now I can see something like click me. Then what I will do is that I'll come here, then I'll add HTML event. One of the HTML events I can add is on click. Now if I do this, I will say this should be equal to alert, which is a JavaScript method. Now I'll do something like hello world. Now you can see that I'm having an error already. Now why I'm having this error is because I'm using double quote outside. So if I'm using double quote outside, I can't use double quote inside again. So all I need to do is to come back here and change this double quote into a single quote. Now if I do this, I'll right click and open this with live server. So if I wait for a while and head over to my browser, here we are on our browser and this is live server running. If I click on this button, we're going to get this alert saying hello world. Now let me close this back and let's head over to VS Code. Now on VS Code, the next thing I want to show you is how to do internal JavaScript. Now, if I want to do an internal JavaScript, all I need to do is to add the script tag just before the closing body tag. So let me just put my script tag here by saying script. Then I can now do something like alert. Then after this alert, I'll do something like hello world. And if I save this and head over to my browser, this is what I'll get to my browser. You can see that it is already running. Like that's already coming from my internal JavaScript. If I click OK, you'll see what is there before. So take note, that's how to do internal JavaScript. So let me head over to my VS Code real quick and let me show you something. Now, for the most part, this doesn't do as much good. It is always better to use external JavaScript. The reason is because it is better to keep your logic different from your presentation and different from your styling, just as we did in CSS. Like in CSS, we said it's better to keep your markup, which is your HTML, from your styling. So the same thing here. So it's better to keep the logic separate. Now what will happen is that I will go over to this directory, then I will create my index.js file or my script.js file. So how do I use? I can do something like script.js, or you can say main.js, any of them. So if I do this, how do I now save this in my browser? So I can do something like alert. Then after this alert, I'll say hello from an external JS file. So if I save this, now let me head over to my index.html. Then all I will do is to comment this. Then how do I link this now? Is by saying script. Then I'll specify the source where this is coming from. Now as usual, this is the path. So all I need to do is to say script.js. Now if I do this and save and head over to my browser, this is what I will get to my browser. Let me reload. That was the previous one. You can see hello from an external JS file. So that was the previous one running because of live server. So all I need to do now is to close this and head over to VS Code. Now VS Code, what do we need to do? What we do now in VS Code is to make use of our external JavaScript file. So I'll just get rid of this, or let me just leave it for the sake of learning. So by the time I push the code, you also see this on the GitHub repository. So we'll be making use of our external JavaScript file. So let me come back to my script.js file and let's talk about the things real quick. Now, the first thing I'll talk about here on JavaScript is comments. Now, how do we do comments on JavaScript? We've seen comments in HTML and in CSS. Now, how is it done in JavaScript? Now, as usual, comments are not executed by the browser. Rather, they are ways of explaining our code in a future time. Now, what do I need to do in order for me to do JavaScript comments? In order for me to write a comment in JavaScript, I will use the double forward slash. So this is a comment. This is a, oh god, I can't type today. This is a comment. Now this is a single line comment. Now for multi-line comment, all I need to do is to say forward slash asterisk, then I'll say this is a multi-line comment, then I'll say asterisk forward slash. Now, if you remember, this was how we commented in CSS. So let me do something like this: a single line comment. Good. So this was how we commented in CSS. So it's the same thing in JavaScript. So this is a single line comment and multi-line comment. Now, I really don't use this most of the time. If I have a lot of things to comment, all I need to do is to use the shortcut, which is control and forward slash. So that's what I use mostly. So as usual, what I'll be using my comment for is that I'll be using it to write out all the topics or subtopics I'm teaching. Now let me just show you something real quick on VS Code. So if you remember very well, when I went to the Google Chrome browser at first, we talked about alert and console log. Let me just explain them because we will need the knowledge of this stuff as we go further. Now these are used to output things on our browser or output things for us to see. Now, what do I mean by that? If I want to see something, I can either use alert or my console. Now, the best one to use among these is the console because there are different console methods, and that's not the only reason. The console is used for debugging. If you are using your alert, what the alert is doing is that it's blocking your script from running, it's blocking all other things. Now, you saw when we did alert, and without clicking that okay, nothing would happen. You get, so alert is kind of blocking everything. But let me just show you real quick again. When we did alert, remember, if I save this and go back to my browser, don't forget this is what we're getting. So you can see that this thing will keep loading unless I click on this okay before I will see the things on my browser. So that the alert blocks the script from running. So let me go back to VS Code real quick. Now, like I said, we're not going to be making use of alert. So what we'll make use of is a console. So let me say console. I'll comment this guy. Now, don't get me wrongly. Now, what is this console? Now, if I say console.log, then I say hello world, this is a method. If I save this and head over to my browser, now, how do I see my console on my browser? I showed you at first is by saying F12. Now, if I press F12, it will open up my console for me. You can see this thing is already running, saying hello world. Now, what this does, like I said, is used for debugging. It will show me the file this thing is coming from. So if I want to see, I can click on this. You can see what it's telling me. Okay, I'm having a script.js file, and this is happening on line 10, or it's coming from line 10. So please take note. The console is very, very powerful and important. So now let's head over to our VS Code. Let me show you something real quick. This is not the only method. Now on VS Code, the other method that comes along with this console, I can do something like console one. Don't forget console log is to show message, and console one is to give one. I can do something like this is a warning. So let me save this. Let me just write out the other one. I can do something like console, another console method, console.error. So I'll say this is an error. So let me just show you something on VS Code. If you say console and press dot, you see different method. Okay, you see different ones. But for now, let's just talk about this theory. So if I save this and head over to my browser, so this is what we're getting. So the first one is a message, the second one is a warning, and the last one is an error. But for the most part, you don't want to show your warning and errors like this, like you don't want to write them out. So if you have an error, the error will come by itself. So let me just show you an example real quick. Also for a warning to come by itself, you will not be the one to write it out. So for the most part, what you want to use is the console log. So please take note. So if I head over to my VS Code, something I can do is by I can do something like let me say comment this to heart. Let me see if I was typing. Let me see. I do something like console console log, and I say name. Let me save this. Then just watch what I will get to my browser. If I come back to the browser, You can see, okay, it's not giving me anything. Okay. Our name was supposed, I don't know, maybe name was a reserved keyword in JavaScript. So for the most part, let me go back to VS Code. Let me show you something. For the most part, if you are writing out name, you always see this strike. So I don't think I will use name for this tutorial, or I will try and limit myself not to use name on this tutorial. So let me do something like person. Let me see person. Now if I do this and I save, now what will happen when I go back to my browser? You can see on court reference error, person is not defined. So for the most part, this is what you would get when you have an error. You will not be the one to write it out yourself. The error would come if truly there's an error. So please take note. So let me go back to my VS Code and let's continue. So what I will do now is that I would remove this. We'll get the understanding of this later on. Guys, I already seen on code reference error, so we'll get the understanding of this. But real quick, let me show you something on the browser. Now, if for instance my console is filled up, let me say I have something like console. Okay, leave. Say console dot log hello. Then if this console is filled up for instance and you want to clear it, you can do something like clear then parentheses. By the time you press enter, you will get a message saying the console was cleared. So I just want to point this out real quick for those of you that would like to, try practicing JavaScript on your browser and you want to clear the console. So that's the way of clearing it. So please take note. Remember you saw something like console clear, but just this is a way of doing it clear. So take note. Let me go back to my VS Code and let's learn something real quick. Now, what I'll do is that I'll comment all of these, then I'll go over to our next topic. So let's go over to our PowerPoint slide and check what is our next topic. Now, on our PowerPoint presentation, the topics we have here is JavaScript variable and JavaScript data type. Now, what are variables? A variable is a container for storing values. Quite simple. Now, what do you mean by that? Now, in most cases, we may have a value. We might not want to use it now. So, what we can do is that we'll store that value in the variable so that later on we don't call that value. What we'll do is that we'll call the variable, then we'll have access to that value. We'll see that shortly. Now, coming to the ways of declaring variable, there are three ways of declaring variable. We have the var, the let, and the const. So, take note. Now, let's head over to VS Code. Let me show you something. Now, on VS Code, this is what I will do. I will do something like JS variable. Now, the ways of declaring variable are var, let, and const. Now, let me comment this also. Now, what is var first? Now, var keyword was the initial way of declaring variable. Now, when the language came out first, if you want to declare a variable, what you do is that you use the var keyword. Say, for instance, I want to declare a variable saying my name. I'll say variable my name equal to God bless. So if I do this and I save, what can I do? I can say something like console log, then I will say my name. If I do this and save, if I head over to my browser, this is what I will get. God bless. So that's coming from that variable. Now I'll show you something real quick. I know you might be thinking, instead of doing this, why not just come here and do something like console log God bless good? Okay, now what if you need a sentence? For instance, you want to console log or you want to print a sentence or console, what do you do now? So is it wise to come back to this or console and do something like hello, my name is God bless? Is this wise? So if I do this and save, and I head over to my browser, I won't get any error. Like I'll get hello, my name is Goblin. But let me show you the advantage of the power of variable. Now, if I come back to this place, remember I said variables are containers for storing values. Now, instead of doing this is called hard coding. I can decide to remove this and come back here and do something like this. My name is, then I'll put a plus, then I'll say my name. Now, if I do this and save and head over to my browser, this is what I'm getting. Hello, my name is God bless as well. But these are still not answered the question. So let's go back to VS Code. Let me tell you something. The question you guys are still saying, but it is still better to say something like hello, my name is God bless and write it out like that. Now see where variables are very helpful. Now, What if, for instance, I want to update this name later on? Maybe this name has changed from God bless. I'm now a big man now. I'm now answering Mr. God bless. So how am I now going to write this? So is it I will come back here and print another thing, or I will edit what I have on my sentence? No, that's not a good practice. So that's where variable comes in hand. So I cannot come back here and reassign this variable and say something like my name equal to Mr. God bless. So please take note of this. So if I do this and save, if I head over to my browser, so this is what we'll be getting. My name is Mr. God bless. So you see the powers of variable. So I can reassign a variable. So this that is one of the power of variable, one of the advantage of variable, that containers for storing values so that later on you can, manipulate them. So we did something just now. We did hello, my name is, then we said plus. So now the aspect of doing this, or this itself, is called concatenation. What is concatenation? Concatenation means joining strings using addition. So we'll look at this shortly when we go into string method, but let's just explain this var, let and const very well. Let's just give you the difference. Now, what is the difference? Var is very good, very, very good. I can use it and a lot of stuff. But now, like I said, it was the method of doing it before the introduction of let and const in ESC JavaScript. Now, it is important to know that the var is globally scoped. Globally, oh God, I can't type. Globally scoped. But this is not what I want to let you know, is that it can be redefined. It can also be reassigned. Now, because of these two properties, it can be redefined and it can also be reassigned. It is not that good. If, for instance, it can only be reassigned, that's the good stuff. But because it can be redefined, so that's the downside of it. Now, what do I mean by redefine? Now, if I come here, I can do something like variable name, or sorry, variable my name equal to God bless. And I come here and do something like this. My name equal to, let me say, free man. This is reassignment, which is very good. But because I can redefine it and see var again, my name equal to free man, this is not good. Now the reason is because it is not giving us any error, fine, but the error that this will cause in a later time, it will be very hard for us to debug that error. I don't know if you get my point. Like, if this thing, for instance, brings an error in our application, which might bring an error in our application, it will be very hard for us to debug such kind of error. So in that case, the var keyword is not advisable. Now please take note. Now again, we say the var keyword is globally scoped. What do I mean by that? If I declare a variable using a var keyword, I can access it or change it from anywhere. Now, globally scoped in the sense that I can access it, reassign, redefine everything again from within a function. So please take note of that. Then let me talk about the let and const. I don't want to go into much stuff here. Let me talk about the let and const. Now ES6 introduced in ES6. So let's talk about this. Now let and const. So let's go with let first. Let is locally scoped. So both of them are locally scoped. So let me just do something like this. I'll say both are locally scoped. Then I'll come back here. I'll say let can. Okay, so for let now, I'll say it cannot be redefined. Let me put this on the comment. Then again, I will say, but it can be reassigned. So please take note of this. Now when I say it cannot be redefined, so I can come in and I can do something like let my name equal to God bless. Remember, I can use single and double quotes, so take note. But if I save this, you notice that this thing is coming because of an extension called pretty I've already installed. It will format my code for me. So I can say let my name equal to God bless, a method of declaring a variable. So I can do something like this: console log my name. So if I do this and save, if I head over to my browser, this is what you notice. God bless. Good. Now let me go back to VS Code and let me show you something real quick. Now VS Code, What do I mean by reassigning? I can come back here and do something like this. My name equal to Freeman, for instance. Freeman. So if I save this now, this thing is now being updated to Freeman and not Godless again. So if I go back to my browser, you can now see Freeman coming. So this is a good behavior. If I can reassign a variable, it's very good. But redefining the variable, that's where the downtime is. So for something like let, I can't redefine it. So I can't come here and do something like let name again, or let my name using the same keyword equal to Freeman. You can see that this is already giving us an error, which is good because I'm being able to debug this error now, and later on this will not cause a problem in my application. So please take note. So what I will do is that I would remove this. So you can see that let can be reassigned, but it cannot be redefined. So please take note. This is a very good stuff, and this is a good update to JavaScript. So what will happen is that I will comment this. Then let's go over to the last one, which is const. Remember, we said const is also locally scoped. So for const cannot be redeclared. Sorry, cannot be redefined. It cannot be redefined. Then cannot also be reassigned. It cannot be reassigned. Now, please take note. This redefine is the same thing as redeclare. So please take note of that. Redefine, redeclare. So I can say declare a variable or define a variable. So please take note of that. So let's explain this now. Now, what do I mean by that? If I come here and do something like const my name equal to God bless. If I save this and do something like console log my name. Now if I save this and head over to my browser, what do you notice? You notice that I'm getting this God bless here, which is good. Now what will happen is I'll go back to my VS Code again, and let me show you something. Now I can do something like this: const my name again equal to Freeman. So remember, this is what we call redefining or redeclaring. So I can't do this in JavaScript. You can see that it's already giving me an error, which is a good update to JavaScript as well. So what will happen is that I will remove this guy. Then again, I can't also reassign it by saying something like my name equal to Freeman. Now if I save this and head over to my browser, this is what you notice on the browser. It's telling me uncaught type error, assignment to a constant variable. Now if I should click on this place, you notice where this is coming from. It's coming from this script.js file from line 48. So please take note of this. Remember, on VS Code, you didn't see any error, but you can see the error now. It's giving you can see that my console is giving me a good direction to where this error is coming from. So please take note of that. So what will happen is that I will come back to this console and I will go back to my VS Code. So on VS Code, what will happen is that I will remove this guy. So take note. So like I said before, let and const, both of them are locally scoped and device globally scoped. So take note of this. Now, what I want to talk about again, it's also important to know that you can declare a variable or you can define a variable in JavaScript by using something like without the var, let, or const keyword. So I can do something like this: my name equal to God bless. So if I do this and see, if I head over to my browser, this is what I will get. Oh, I didn't print it. So sorry. So let me go back to the VS Code and let me print this out. So if I do console log my name, now if I save this and head over to VS to browser, this is what I will get. I'm getting God bless. Now, but this is not advisable. The reason is because you already know what this is doing. Remember, if I come back to VS Code again, we talked about this. If I don't put anything at the front, that I'm trying to say I want to reassign the variable. So please take note of that. So take note of that. Take note. Now, remember something. We said the var keyword is globally scoped, right? So there's also one difference again in terms of hosting. It is I think globally hosted. That is to say, it can be used even before declaring it. So let me just show you guys this real quick. Thank God I remember this. So I can do something like this. Let me see my name. I can say my name equal to God bless, right? And I can now come here and do something like this variable my name. So I can initialize this like this. Then I can console log my name. So if I do this and I save, if I head over to my browser, you notice that this thing is working. So that's talking about hosting. Now, if I come back, I can't do this thing with let or cons. So if I try to do this with uh sorry, not there. If I come back here and try to do something like let and I save this, if I save and come back to my browser, can see I'm getting an error. It's saying on court reference error. Cannot access my name before initialization. So please take note of this. So if I come back to my VS Code, you can see that I can't initialize variable if I'm using let, but if I'm using var, I can initialize the variable. So the same thing applies with cons. So if I say cons, you can see that this will give me an error. So it's already giving me an error already. So var with cons, I can't initialize the variable. So please take note. Let me just add this to the difference again. So for var, can be initialized. It can be initialized. Spend a lot of time on variable. So this can also be initialized. It can be initialized. It can also be initialized. Yes, so why this? It cannot be initialized. It cannot be initialized. I don't know if my spelling is correct. So what do we mean by initializing a variable? It's just by doing something like this. Let me say just by saying something like var, the variable name, without doing anything with it. So this is initialization. So please take note. So I can do this with var. I can also do it with let. So if I come here, I can say let my variable name. Let me say my name or something else. So then later on I can reassign them. But for cons, remember you can't reassign a cons, so I can't initialize it. I can't say const my variable. It will give me an error. So please take note of this. Then now let me talk about something real quick. JavaScript makes use of the camel casing. Now what is camel case? Now you can see that when I was writing my name and all of this stuff, you can see that I'm doing something like this. My with small letter, then capital letter with any other word that's coming in. Now, this is a camel case writing. A camel case is by starting the first word with a small letter and every other word that comes will start with a capital letter. So take note that's camel case. So I can if I want to say I am a boy, I will say I am a boy. So this is a camel case. Now take note of this. We see it when we do things like document again by ID. Like if I do something like document dot get, can you see this? So this is camel case, get element by ID. So that's what JavaScript uses. So other languages like Python uses snake casing, then PHP. I think PHP also uses snake casing as well. But for JavaScript uses camel casing. So let's look at something else. Now the next on my slide is JavaScript data types. Now in JavaScript, the data types are grouped into two majorly. The first being primitive data types, and the second is reference data types. Now, what are primitive data type? Now, a primitive data type is a kind of data that is assigned directly to memory. Now, another thing about a primitive data type is that it is not a resource. That is to say, it can hold multiple values. Examples of primitive data type are numbers, strings, boolean, undefined, and null. We'll see them shortly when we go over to VS Code. Then the next data type are the reference data type. These data types are seen as a resource. They can hold multiple values. Now examples of these are arrays and objects. I wrote a little note here saying in JavaScript, reference data type can hold primitive data types and reference data types also. Now we'll see that shortly when we go over to our VS Code. Now let me go back to my VS Code. Now on VS Code, something I forgot to say while I was talking about the variable name. Now, if you want to declare a variable, it is very good to use a descriptive name for a variable. For instance, I want to declare an age. I can't come here and do something like this variable. equal to 33 or 22 rather. No, I can't do this. It is better to use something like age, something descriptive, or my age. You get. So that's it. And again, I already tell you about variable. You can declare a variable using anything. I can say name too, so I can add a number or anything else. But I can't start a variable by using name, something like 7 age. No, it's not a good variable name. Or I can start it by using special characters like hash name or sorry, star name or hash name. No, you can only start a variable by using uh, regular alphabets, either capital or small letter. So take note of that. So now we're talking about data types. So I'll say yes, data types. Then, like I said, they are grouped into two, which are primitive and reference. So for primitive data type, let me say primitive. I have numbers, I have strings, I have boolean, I have undefined and null. Now let's talk about the numbers. Now, what is numbers? So for numbers, what should you know about number? For numbers, numbers are numeric values. Now, if I have something like this 23, 54, and the rest of them. So the reason I talked about variable affairs is because we are going to be storing these data types in a variable. So I can do something like variable num1 equal to 23. So this is a data type 23. Now numbers are written without quotations, either single or double quotations. You get. Now that's for that. Then I can do something like variable. Okay, for this tutorial, okay, for now I can make use of var keyword. So I can do something like var equal to 5. Okay, let me say 4.5. So please take note, these are valid. Now in JavaScript, there's nothing like decimal or float or double as you would have in other languages. A number is a number, whether it be a decimal or a whole number. Now I don't want to use var keyword like I said, so let me just stick with let. For the sake of this, let's just stick with let. So take note. So these are numbers. Now there are different things you can do with number, different things. I can come here and see. Okay, let me just see. Let me come here and do something like let num2 equal to 33. I can come down here and do something like this. Console log num1 plus num2. So if I do this and see, if I head over to my browser, this is what I would get. So that's for that. If you look, we're kind of getting into operators. This is an operator. That's why I say the topics are kind of kind of mixed, but I will try as much as possible to see what I can do. So that's for number. I don't want to go I don't want to go deep into that for now. So the next on my list is strings. Now, what are strings? Strings are characters that are enclosed in either single or double quotes. So I can do something like this strings. Now for string, I can do something like variable my name equal to God bless. So you've seen this one before. So I can say console log my name. So if I do this and head over to my browser, this is what I will get. God bless. So let me come back to VS Code and let me do something like this. Now, take for instance, if I have a sentence, let me do something like sorry, I keep using var. Please, I'm sorry. I want to use let. Let's. I can do something like let sentence equal to hello, hello world. My name is. Then I'll do something like plus my name. Then I'll do something like plus. Remember, I said this is concatenation during the string, and let me do something like this. Let my age equal 33. Let me do this. And I am my age years old. It is supposed to be in a quote. So If I save this now, what will you notice? If I should console log my this sentence, now what will you notice? If I print this on my console, I can have something like this on the console. Hello world, my name is God bless and I am 33 years old. Now this is good. If I come back to VS Code, let me show you something real quick. Remember, this is hello world, my name is God bless. I'm doing concatenation, process of joining string using the addition sign. Now so please take note of that. Now, something I want to note real quick is that this could be very tiring to write. You can see we're already having an issue while we were writing this out to go into a string, come out to the string, use addition sign and the rest of them. So something I can do is that I can use something called template literals. So instead of me to write this out, I can as well do something like this. I will do this. I'll say hello world. I'll say my name is, let me say my name, and I am my age years old. So if I save this now, take note, this is what we'll get on the browser. You can tell. So this is what I'll get. It's seen everything as a string. So concatenation is what will bring it out like this, as you saw in the previous case. So what I can do is that I can do something like this. This is called the template literals. So it's included in the string. So let me do something like this, template literals as a comment and say. So if I do something like hello, my name is this. So if I want to bring out a variable, I'll use the dollar sign and the curly bracket. So this is what I will do here. I'll come back here. I will see dollar sign and curly bracket. So come out here and do this. So if I do this and I save, by the time I head over to my browser, you can see that I'm getting this right. So hello world. I can't spell it correctly. But nevertheless, my name is God bless and I am 33 years old. So let's go back to VS Code and let me show you something real quick. So what are these template features? Now let me show you something again. Now let's say for instance I have a sentence that has something like an exclamation mark and an exclamation, or let me say quotation inside. If I say he screamed, SCREAMED, wow, when he saw the snake. Impressive. Screaming wow. Okay. Now you can see that I'm already having an error. So a better way to do this is by doing something like this, an escape character, by doing something like back slash and coming back here and doing something like backslash. So this is called escape character in JavaScript. Ah god, because of PTR. If I should control Z and save this, because of my PTR it will be edited. So if you try it out, come back to your browser, you get something like this. Good. So if I come back to VS Code, the another good way to do this is by doing something like this. I'll come back here, I'll use a single quote outside, then remove or get rid of this guy, come back here, get rid of this guy, I'll use a single quote outside. So if I do something like this, it will be correct. So if I come back to my browser, you can see that I'm getting the same thing. So take note of that. The same thing, this is also the same as using double quote inside and using a single quote outside. So take note of that. But with the help of template literals again, a better way of writing this is by doing something like this. Let me just cut this guy. Let me comment this guy here. Then better way of doing this is by coming here. Then I will do my back ticks. With this, I can put a single quote. I can also add a double quote inside. It will come out like that. So if I come back to my um browser, this is what I'm getting. She screamed why when he saw the snake. So let me go back to VS Code again and show you guys this last one real quick. If for instance my sentence is having something like when he saw let me see Freeman's dog. Now you can see that I'm having this is what is it called? Apostrophe. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, apostrophe. So if I come back and then this, so you can see I'm having the screen wow when it saw Freeman's door. So take note of this. With the help of template literals, I can bring in single quote, double quote, and the rest of them. So we'll see the power of template literals later on. So take note of that. So these are all about strings for now. We'll come back to strings again when we're looking at string method and the rest of them. So what we're trying to say in essence is that the string is a sequence of characters that is enclosed in single or double quotes. So take note of that. So the next on my list is boolean. Now what are booleans? Now booleans are true and false statements. Now what do I mean by true and false statement? Now if I come back here, I can do something like this: console log true. If I do this and head over to my browser, you just see through there. But how do you know that that's a boolean or something? Now remember, I say booleans are true and false statements, right? So if I come here, if I say something like 20 is greater than 10, now what am I supposed to get? So let's go back. If I come back to sorry, if I come back to my browser, this is what I'm getting. You can see that I'm getting true. Why? Because 20 is greater than 10 of a truth. So let's come back again. I can do something like this. 20 is greater than, okay, 20 is less than 10. So what do you expect? This is supposed to give me false, right? So this is a boolean. It's a false statement. So every true and false statement is a boolean. So a boolean is a kind of data type that has two possible values, which are what? True and false. So please take note of that. Now, for the most part, this is how you would use a boolean. So please take note. You use it to control the flow. You use it when you are doing something like control flow, if and else statement. So like I said, everything kind of go hand in hand. So let's just leave this for now. Look at undefined. Now what is undefined? I normally have undefined when I declare a variable without assigning a value to it. If I do something like let my age, okay, this is one method. If I say console log my age, I save, come back to my browser, I'll see that I'm getting undefined. So that's one. So if I come back to my VS Code again, you can see that I'm initializing the variable, but I'm not giving it a value, so it will be undefined. So take note of that. Then I can also come here and explicitly define this thing to be undefined. So I can say let my age equal to undefined. So if I save this and head over to my browser, you can see that I'm also getting undefined. So please take note of this, guys. Um, then the last one I have on my list is the null. Now, what is null? Null is how do I explain null? Hmm. Null is just like an empty value for storing a, or for representing a variable. Let me just put it that way. Now I can do something like this: variable name equal to null. I'm just storing this name equal to an empty value so that later on I can use this. I'm sorry, let me use my what did I use? My is it my age? Okay, good. So if I save this uh, and I head over to my browser, so you can see I'm getting null. So please take note of that. Now let me show you something real quick. How do you know or how do you check the type of a data type? Now how do you check? We check a data type by using a JavaScript keyword called the type of keyword. So let me just come down and say checking a data type. So if I do this, hmm, I come down. If I say console log, so let me just make sure my console. If I say type of let me see this. I'm sorry, type of God bless. If I save this and then over to my browser, what do we expect? By getting a string, so take note of that. So if I come back here to my VS Code, let me show you something. I don't want to write this out like this. Let me assign it to a variable. So I can as well cut this name out of here. Then I will do something like say let my name equals this. So if I save this, so I can do something like type of name. So if I do this, sorry, type of my name rather. So if I do this and I save, if I head over to the browser, this is what we're going to get. So you can see I'm also getting string. So let me come back to VS Code and let me change this. Or I want to use a general name. Let me say my var, not my name. Sorry. Let me say my var. So you can see that this is giving me string. So I want to change this to something like mm, 33. So if I save this and head over to my browser, what do I get? You can see I'm getting number. So the type of that is a number. But now let me come back to VS Code. Let me show you something again. Now, what if I'm having a number that is inside the quote? Let me say quotation and 33 inside. What am I supposed to get? Now, this is also a string. Remember, I told you a string is anything that is inside a single or double quote. So, By the time I go back to my browser, you can see that I'm now getting a string. So take note of this. So let me come back to VS Code and show you something. So if I do something like my variable, and I see I don't want to see true or false. Let me just say 40 greater than 30. So if I save this and head over to my browser, you can see I'm getting a boolean as a data type. Don't forget that will return either a true or false. So the data type is a boolean. So just remember. If I come back here, I can do something like this. Even if I have a sentence, let me say I am 70 years old, and I save this. This will also give me a string. Don't forget, by the time I come back, data type is a string, right? So let me come back to VS Code. Let me show you something again. So if I do something like this, my var, and I check this data type, now what will this give me? This will give me undefined. Remember, when you declare variable without adding a value, it is undefined, right? Then if I come back to VS Code, if I declare a variable and I explicitly set the value to null, so this is a data type. Now, but we're going to get something that will be really striking or shocking to us. So let me show you this on our console. You can see that we're getting an object. We're checking for the data type of a null and we're getting an object. What's the explanation behind this? So let me go back to VS Code. Now, this is a bogus answer. What do I mean? This is not true, so it is false. In the early implementation of JavaScript, objects are set to return zero and null has a pointer of zero. So, since it's returning zero, hence the type of it is bringing back an object. I know this is not a valid explanation. Now, a better way of explaining this is by going back to my browser and I want to show you something real quick on W3 School PHP documentation. Now, I'm sorry I'm going into PHP, but just to explain this to you guys that there is a mistake in JavaScript now. But if you look at this now in PHP, I want to show you this real quick. I just want to make use of this text editor online here. So I can do something like var dump and then I will say null. Now, null is just a data type in PHP. So let me just show you something. Var dump is a method or a function that is used to check the data types just as we have type of in JavaScript. That's how we have var dump in PHP. This is what we use to check data type. So if I run this, now you can see what I'm getting. I'm getting null. Good. So that's to say null is a special type of data or null is a data type whose type of value is supposed to return null. So please take note of this. So let's go back to JavaScript. So this object is like a bogus definition. Now, real quick, let's talk about the reference data types, which are arrays and objects. Now, I'll do something like this. I'll say reference data types. In brackets, I will say arrays and objects. Now, let's start with array. What are arrays? Now, arrays are used for storing multiple values, and these values are separated by using comma. That is to say, the values are comma separated. Now, there are two ways of creating an array. I have the array. Okay, let me do something like this. Array. I'll say array construction method, and I'll see square bracket method. So let's start with the first one, the array construction method. Now for the array construction method, what I'll do is that I'll copy this guy and I'll paste it here. For the array construction method, we can do something like this. Let my array, let my arr equal to new array. Now I can now store my values inside. Now let me store names, for instance. I can say God bless. Then I will see Freeman. Then I will say Lancelot, which is my best knight of Camelot. Now after doing this, the next thing I will do is that I will print these arrays on my console by doing something like this: console log my arr. Now if I do this and save, if I head over to my browser, this is what I will get. I will see that I'm getting these three names: God bless, Freeman, and Lancelot. So if I open this, you see that the length of this is 3, but the first one is having an index of 0, the second one is having an index of 1, and the third one is having an index of 2. Okay, we'll go over to this shortly. I want to show you the other method of creating an array. So if I want to create an array, I can use the square bracket method by doing something like this. So let me just cut this guy. and paste this guy over here. So for the square bracket method, I will say let my ARR be equal to something like this. God bless Freema and Lancelot. So if I do this and I save, if I head over to my browser, this is what I will get as well. I'm getting the same thing, God bless Freeman and Lancelot. So you can see that both the array construction method and the square bracket method, they are both giving us the same thing. So take note of that. Now let me go back to my VS Code. Now in terms of using an array or creating an array, which of them would you use? Are you going to use the array construction method or the square bracket method? Now this depends on you, whichever one you're familiar with, but for the most part, for this tutorial I'll be using the square bracket method. It's easier. Now we'll come back to arrays again. Now what are objects? Objects are used to store multiple values as well, but in this case, object doesn't make use of indexing. We saw now, just now, that array makes use of indexing 0, index 1, where this first one is index 0, second one is index 1, index 2. We'll look at that shortly. But for object, it makes use of key value pairs. Now what do I mean by that? Or property value pairs. Now if I come down, I'll do something like this: object, right? Now for object, what you take note of is that they are created using the curly bracket. So for instance, let me say I want to um create a person. I can do something like this: let person equal to something like this. Now I'll say first name, then I'll separate it by using a column. I'll say God bless, right? And now I'll do something like this: last name, I'll say Freema. Then I can do something like this: email, I'll say gb at gmail.com. Then I can now do something like this: is admin. I can do something like true. So you can see that this is a boolean. Then I can do something like rating or age. I want to put a numeric value. Let me see 4.5. Now if I do this and I save, if I come back to my console and I console log this person object, now this is what I will get when I get back. You can see that I'm getting this. Okay, no, not my array. My brother, you can see that I'm getting this person object. Look at it very well. You see email, first name, is admin, last name, and the rest of them. So take note of this. So this is how to create an object in JavaScript. So let me go back to VS Code and let's talk about something real quick. Now on VS Code, what do I want you to take note of? The first thing to take note of is that arrays are created using square brackets. Objects are created using curly brackets. Now good. Now the next thing I want to talk about is when to use an array and when to use an object. Like we said both of them are reference data type that is as a resource. They can store multiple values. But when do I use an object or when do I use an array? Now, for the most part, you want to use an array if you are storing informations that are of the same data type. Let me say, for instance, I want to store the names of a student or the scores of a student or the ages of students. Now, it will not be wise for me to do something like next student equal to, I'll say something like student one, then I'll put a name, God bless, student two, and so on and so forth. This will not be wise, or it will not be wise for me to do something like this. Now, instead of doing something like this, it is better to use an array and say const student equal to square bracket. I'll put the first student, God bless, then the second student, Freeman, then the third student, Lancelot, and so on and so forth. So that's for that. Then, when do you use an object? Now, you want to use an object if you want to store information that are of different data type. Let me say I want to give a clear description about something. Now let me say I want to describe a person, for instance. It will not be wise for me to do something like this: let person equal to, then I'll say a square bracket, I'll now say God bless, then I'll come back here and say something like this: EJOVWG Freeman at gmail.com, and I'll come back here and say something like true. Now come back here and see 33. Now come back here and say 4.5. No, this will not be wise. From this, you can already tell that I'm trying to describe this person by providing name, email, then I'm trying to answer something. Maybe he's married or he's admin. then maybe this representing age or score, then this representing rating or something. So because it's trying to explain something, the description here is not that clear. Instead, I'll use an object so that I will get a clear description. So instead of me to do something like this, it is better to now do something like let person I'm used to const, I don't know why, equal to, and I'll use this, I will say name, and in place of the name I will say God bless, then I'll do something like email, then in place of the email I'll put the email egovwg free man at gmail.com, and I can now do something like is married or is admin. Let me use is married, I'll say true. I'm not married. Then I'll say age, I'll say 33. Uh, that's a bogus age. You know the meaning of bogus, of course. Yeah, JavaScript student. And I can do something like rating. Then I can do something like 4.5. So you can see that this is now giving a clear description of what I'm trying to give. So that's when to use an object and when to use an array. So for now, I think I will remove these guys because I already have arrays and objects described up there. So I'm just trying to explain. Now, before I go into each data types and explain them and talk about their method and properties, what I will do at first is that I will talk about the JavaScript operators. So let's go over to our next topic. Our next topic will be JavaScript operators. So now, for now, what I will do is that I'll go back to my PowerPoint slide. Let me see what I'm having on the slide. Now, my PowerPoint slide, the next thing I want to talk about is the JavaScript operators. Now, we'll start by looking at the assignment operator. We'll go over to arithmetic operator, comparison operator, logical operator, which is also called conditional. Then we'll move over to ternary operator. Ternary is supposed to be a part of the conditional operator. And well, nevertheless, we'll look at unary operator, then we'll talk about the type operator, and so on and so forth. Now, you guys have already seen the assignment operator and the type operator. That's what we use in doing type of, but I will go over it again. So let me just copy these guys real quick, then to make it easy so that I'll avoid a lot of typing. Then I'll go back to my VS Code. Now, VS Code, this is what I will do. I will paste these guys right here, then I will comment them out. Now, after doing this, let's start with the assignment operator. ASSIGNMENTOPERTY. Good. Now, for the assignment operator, what is it used for? Now, in JavaScript, whenever you see equal to sign, it doesn't mean equal to, it means assignment. Now, what do I mean by that? If I say I'm used to var const, I say let age equal to 25. Now what I'm trying to do is that I'm assigning the right hand value to the left hand side. That is, I'm saying this left hand value should hold the right hand value. So this is called assignment operator. So whenever we see this, we are trying to say, okay, we're assigning the value of the right hand side to the left hand side. That's what this means. So even on these guys, let me say if I have something like this array, for instance, if I copy this and I come back here and paste this. Now what I'm trying to do is that I'm assigning this array to this variable. So take note, this is an assignment operator. Whenever I see a single equal to in JavaScript, it's called an assignment operator. So that's it for that, guys. Now I'll comment this as, let me go back to the next one, which is arithmetic operator. I'll come back and I'll say arithmetic operators. Now for arithmetic operator, these are your normal basic math operators like the addition, the subtraction, and comma separating them, the multiplication, the division, and there's a new guy. Let me just see the modular. So let me explain what these guys are doing. Now for addition, let me say I have a variable, let x equal to 7. Now say let y equal to 5. Now what is this guys, or what are they doing? I can do something like let z or something. Okay, let me just see. Let me just put this in my console. If I say console log, and I say x plus y, this is an addition. Addition. So I'm making use of my arithmetic operator. Now, if I save this and go over to my browser, this is what you notice. This is what I'm getting. So x plus y, which is 7 plus 5, is giving me 12. So let me go back to my VS Code so that you guys will see something. Now on VS Code, what do I want to do again? Let me talk about the subtraction. So if I do this, so with this now we're looking at numbers. You get. So we're already looking at numbers. So like I said, as I'm explaining one, I'll be explaining the other. So take note of that. So if I say x minus y, this is what I will get when I come back to my browser. So you can see what I'm getting. So x minus y. Then if I come back to my VS Code, let me show you the division. So if I do this, my x divided by y. So this is supposed to give me something like 1 point something. So if I go back to my browser, you can see I'm getting 1.4. But now this is what I want to do. I want to go back to VS Code and change those values so that we explain something properly to you guys. Now, if I do something like 10 here, you already know what I will get. I'm supposed to get 2. So let me leave it at 7. Now, if I change this guy back to the other operator there, which is asterisk, rather percentage. Now, what is this guy doing? This is called modulus in JavaScript. Now, modulus is used to return the remainder when a certain number is divided by another number. Now, for instance, I'm having x divided by y. Now, instead of me to get 1.4 in this case, I'll get 2 because 2 will be the remainder when 7 is divided by 5. So if I save this and head over to my browser, you can see I'm getting 2. I know some of you are sick, like you're trying to get it, but let me come back again and explain something to you guys. Now, if I come back here and I change this value to 10, if I save this and head over to my browser, what am I supposed to get? I will get 0. The thing is because 10 divided by 5, it's 2 remainder 0. So whenever we talk about modulus, what we're looking at is the remainder. So please take note of that. Now, you guys might be thinking, is this necessary? Like, do I really need this? Yeah, you need this. Now, take for instance, you are asked to bring out all the even numbers from 1 to 100 or from 1 to 10 or a certain range of numbers. With that modulus, you can't do it. Now, if for instance, I want to get the even numbers from, let me say from 1 to 10 in programming, you're not supposed to hard code and repeat yourself. So it would be very wrong for me to come back and do something like console log or maybe set an array. Then I'll say something like 1 or rather 2 even numbers. Then I'll say 4, 6, 8, and 10. Okay, let me put this in an array. It will be very wrong for me to do something like this. The reason is because if I should do this and I print this out, you will see I will get an array of something like that. You can see this. What if, for instance, you are now asked to bring the even numbers from 1 to 100? So now think about this. Are you not supposed to come back here and start writing 2, 4, 6, 8? Before you get to 50, you might have made a mistake. So that's the use of these things. You see, this is a programming language. It involves logic and reasoning. So remember the definition of a computer, an electronic device, which is not true. Electronic and mechanical is supposed to be definition. Okay, let's just say device that helps to do something faster. You get, so what I will do now is just to come back. eh, Instead of me to write something like that, I will just say something like I will run a loop. That's why there are different things in JavaScript. So with time we learn all of this. Now I will say for I need numbers between 1 to 100, right? So I will say for let I equal to 0. Now come back here and say I less than 100. Okay, let me say less than equal to, so that 100 will be inclusive. Then I will say I plus plus. Now if I should come back here and say console log I, now watch what I will get on my console. If I save this and head over to my browser, you can see that I'm getting these numbers from 0 to 100. In fact, I don't want to start from 0, I will start from 1. Now, if I want to get the even numbers between this range, now how am I supposed to get it? Now if I come back to my VS Code, it's very easy. Now all I need to do is to do a little bit of logic by combining some of these operators. So I will talk about the if just now. So let me just leave this guy. Then I'll come back, I'll say if, then I'll say if I, who is a number, because I from this case now is now 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 100. I'll say if I modulus 2 equals 0. That's to say, I'm trying to say, okay, if I divide equals 0, we'll talk about this, I will explain this shortly. I want to print the numbers, but if it's not equal to 0, it won't print anything. So I'll come back now. I'll move this guy up. So if I save, just watch what I will get when I get back to my browser. And if I come back to my browser, you can see what I'm getting. I'm getting 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20. You can see I'm just getting all the even numbers. Can you see it? So that's the importance of modulus. Like it's very useful, like very, very useful. Now if I want to get let me see, all the numbers divisible by 3. It's very easy. If I want to get all the odd numbers, like very, very easy with the help of this modulus. So please take note of that. Now, I don't want to go into maths. I don't want to explain further. So let's just leave that. Now, this was a mistake, but it didn't affect our code. Now, all I need to do is to let me just say comment this. Let me just say to print even numbers using modulus. God, I can't spell. Now, for all you know what to do now. You see, if I mode 2 is not equal to 0, so please take note of that. So I'll leave that. Now, the next thing I will talk about is the okay, still on the um, arithmetic operator. Okay, addition, subtraction. Okay, for now, let's leave that. Now, let's go to the comparison operator. Now, what are comparison operators? Now, for comparison operators, what these operators are used for is that they are used to compare values. As the name implies, now if I say comparison, I don't know if my spelling is correct. Let me check. Okay, comparison. Okay, whichever. Comparison operators. Now, like I said, they are used to check values. If you look at this loop we ran, we said if I move to triple equal to 0, so we're trying to check something there. And again, I use something like less than or equal to. Okay, fine. Let me just come back. For comparison operator, we have the greater than, we have the less than, we have the greater than or equal to, we have the less than or equal to, we have the double equal to, we have the triple equal to, then we have the not equal to, then we have the not triple not double equal to. So I'll explain what these guys are doing. So these are comparison operators, right? Now you know greater than already. So you're trying to say if the value is greater than this or not. Now if I say something like console log, and I say 50 greater than 20. Now you already know what I'll get. This is supposed to give me true, right? Because 50 is greater than 20. So these things are used on numbers. So there's no point of explaining numbers again. So this is just my explanation of numbers. So if I do something like okay, if I do this and I head over to my browser, you can see I'm getting true, right? So it's returning a boolean for us. So please take note of. And if I come back to my VS Code, if I change this to 50 is less than 20, you know what I'm supposed to get. So this will return what for me is going to return false, right? So by the time I come back and see I'm getting false. So let me come back to VS Code again. Then what I have to check again. Now if I see 50 is let me see greater than 50 for instance, and I save this. Oh sorry, 50 is less than 50 for instance. Is this supposed to give me true or false? Now this will give me false. Why? Because 50 is not less than 50. Am I right? So let me go back to my browser and let me show you something. You can see I'm getting false. If I come back to VS Code again, if I see 50 is greater than 50, I'm also going to get false. Why? Because 50 is not greater than 50. So by the time I come back, you see that I'm also getting false. So now what do I now do? Now I can do something like, okay, fine. Let me check. If I say 50 is greater than or equal to 50, am I going to get false or true? Now let's check. 50 is greater than 50, but there is also equal to there. So is equal to 50. So greater than or equal to. Remember your basic math, so please take note. So this will return true for me. So by the time I come back, I can see I'm getting true. So if I come back, if I say 50 is less than or equal to, yeah, which is also true. If I come back to my console, you see true. Now, what is now the double equal to? Now, this double equal to is used to check for values. So if I come back here and do something like 50 is double equal to 50, this will give me true, right? So by the time I go back to my browser, I can see that I'm getting true. So let me come back to the VS Code again. Now, like I said, it's used to check values if this guy is equal to this. Now, what if I now do something like this? 50 is double equal to, and I put this in a string and I say 50. Now, this will also return true for me because if I'm using double equal to, I'm not giving regards to the data type. What I'm only comparing is the value and not the data type. So if I do this and I save, by the time I head over to my browser, I can see that I'm also getting true. Yeah, because this is comparing values. And let me go back to my VS Code again. So I can do something like, okay, I've used a lot of numbers. If I say God bless double equal to uh, God bless, this is just comparing the values, right? So if I come back to my browser, you can see this is giving me true. The next thing I want to talk about is the triple equal to. So let me remove these string values and let me replace it back with numbers. So if I say 50 double equal to, okay, let me say triple equal to 50 now because I still want to talk about the triple equal to. Now what this guy is doing, this guy is comparing both values as well as data type. So if I save this and head over to my browser, you notice that this is returning false for me. Why am I getting false? Because in terms of value, 50 is equal to 50, but in terms of data type, 50 is not equal to 50. So like I said, triple equal to checks both value and data type. Now don't forget. Now, when we talk about not, which is this guy is supposed to be a unary operator. It's supposed to be among the unary operator, but you can see it's appearing here. Now, this thing means logical not. Now, what does this do? It's used to negate a statement. So when I say negate, you can see that I'm having not equal to. Now, this not equal to is the opposite of this double equal to. So if I do something like this, I remove these guys and put something like this. If I save this, remember this was supposed to give me true. So now it will give me false because it's the negation of the double equal to. So by the time I head over to my browser, you can see I'm now getting false. So let me come back to VS Code and let me show you guys something real quick. Now I want to do something again. If I okay, let's talk about the not double equal to. So yeah, not double equal to. Now this not double equal to is the negation of triple equal to. Remember, if I had this, huh, this was supposed to give me false. The reason is because this is comparing both value and data type. So if I should come back here and remove this and I change this to not double equal to, this will give me true because this is the negation of triple equal to. So if I head over to my browser, you can see that I'm getting true. Now, for the sake of time, I won't really talk more about this, but as you are coding along with this video, try and practice, like try more values and you get to understand it more better. So let's move over to the next operators on my list. Now the next operators I'm having on my list are the logical operators. Now what are logical operators? Now logical operators are used to control the flow of our logic when we are writing a program. Let me just put it that way. Now, if you look at this thing, we did something like if statement. So what we're trying to do is that we're trying to control the flow of this particular statement. The best way to understand this is by, let me do something like come down here and see logical operators. So by the way, let me just call this guy and put it right here. That's for that. So for the logical operators, uh, we have things like the logical and represented by two ampersand, and we have the logical or represented by two pipes, and we have the logical not also. So let me explain the logical and. Now what the logical and does is that it evaluates two or more statements and returns true only if all of them are true. So let me explain this. Now if I have something like let me say console log, let me see 30 greater than 20 and let me say 40 greater than 35. Now if I save this, now watch what this will give me. Because the left hand side is true and the right hand side is also true, now this will give me true as my answer. So by the time I come back to my browser, now you can see what I'm getting true. Let me try something else again. If I come here and I see let name equal to God bless, and I see let age equal to 30. Now if I come back here and I can do something like this, name triple equal to God bless and age less than 50. And if I do this, this is also going to give me true. Why? Because the name is God bless and the age is also 50. So by the time I save and head over to my browser, you can see that it's giving me true. So that's the logical and it evaluates some more statements and return true if they are true. So let me just go back to VS Code and let me show you something real quick. If I come back here, I can do something like uh, and and age less than and age greater than 20. So that is two or more statements. So let me just try this. By the time I see it, I'm getting true. So now let me go back to VS Code. Let me show you something. So let's come back to VS Code. Now VS Code, I want to make one of these statements false. So if I come back here, if I say something like age is less than 20, now because this guy is false and these other ones are true, this will give me false. The reason is because for logic and we said everything must be true for me to get true. Even if one of them are false, I will still get false. Yeah, so everything needs to be true before I will get true. So if I save this and then over to my browser, you can see now I'm not getting false. So take note. Now let's go back to VS Code and let's talk about the logical or. Now for the logical or operator, logical or operator returns true if one of them are true. That is to say, if I have a series of statements I'm testing and only one of them is true, it will give me true. That's what the logical or does. So all I need to do is to represent this with the pipe symbol. Let me just use a pipe symbol for this. Come back here, represent this with a pipe symbol. So if I do this and I save, by the time I head over to my okay now, what am I supposed to get? Now don't forget this is true, but this is false. But logical says if one of them or one or more are true, I will get true. So if I save this, I'm supposed to get true. So by the time I come back to my browser, you can see that I'm getting true. So let me come back to my VS Code and let me do something like this. So if we look at this now, let me make this guy false also. Let me do something like age triple equal to 50. By the time I save, now because this guy is true, I'm also going to get true. So if I save and I come back to my browser, you can see that I'm getting true. So take note of logical or. So let's head over to our VS Code and let's talk about something real quick. Now the logical note, what the logical note does is used to negate a statement. Like we said, the not is used to negate the statement. So I think this thing is too much. So what I will do is that I will remove this guy. So if I come back, I want to say something like console log um, 30 greater than 20, not and let me see 40 greater than 30. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to do it this way. I'm supposed to put the operate the logical not aside. So if I do this and I save, I'm supposed to, okay. So if I do this and I save, now don't forget this was supposed to give me true before because 30 is greater than 20 and 40 is greater than 30. But because of the logical not, it will evaluate to false. So if I go back to my browser, you can see that this is giving me false. So that's what the logical not does. So it's used to negate a statement. So let me come back to my VS Code. Now on VS Code, if I should change this to or, hmm? Now don't forget this was supposed to give me okay, we said logical or this is true and true. So this was supposed to give me true before. So because of the not, it will give me false. So that's what logical not is doing. So let me come back to my browser. So I'm getting for so what I would advise you guys to do is that you should play around with these stuff. We'll see more applications as we get to writing more codes with these things. So let's comment this guy and look at the next one. So on my list, the next thing I have is the ternary operator. Now, what is the ternary operator? Now, a ternary operator is a shorthand method of writing if and else statement. Now, what do I mean by that? Now, I can do something like this, console log. I'll say 30 greater than 20. Then I'll do something like this, question mark. Now, after my question mark, what will come first is the true value. That is to say the value I'm supposed to get if my answer is true. So if I do something like this, I can see 30, okay, I'll say true statement. I don't know, this is just what's coming to mind. I'll say false statement. Now, what am I supposed to get on my console? 30 greater than 20. Is it true? If it's true, it should print true statement. If it's false, it give me false statement. Now, if I save this and head over to my browser, you can see I'm getting true statement. Why? Because that's the result that's supposed to come if it is true. Let me go back to VS Code and do something like this. Um, if I don't know if you guys are familiar with Excel, it is similar to Excel if an statement. Now, before the introduction of ternary operator, if I want to do something like this, it could be really stressful. It's kind of a pain in the ass. So what I would have done something like this. I will say if statement, then I will say 30 greater than 20. You see why I said this is supposed to be among a conditional statement. So you can say I'm doing the same thing with if statement. If 30 is greater than 20, I want to say console log true statement. Now I'll come back here and do something like else. I'll say console log. Now I'll say false statement. Now if I do this and save, what am I supposed to get? I'll get true statement when I go back to my console. So if I save this and go back to my browser, you can see I'm getting true statement. So let me come back to VS Code again. Now you can see the ternary method is a shorthand method of doing if and else statement. So instead of writing out all these boring codes with the ternary operator, I just use a single line of code. Now ternary operator was introduced in ES6 JavaScript towards the end of the video. So I think I'll talk about ES6 JavaScript a little bit. So if I turn this into less than, you see I'm supposed to get four statements. So if I save and head over to my browser, you can see I'm getting four statements. So the same thing applies to this my ternary operator. Let me go back to VS Code. So if I should comment this and uncomment this, if I turn this into something like a less than and I save, if I head over to my browser, I will get four statement. So please take note of that. So guys, that's that about the ternary operator. So let's talk about the next operator. Okay, we'll talk about the unary operator. Now, what is a unary operator? Unary operator is a kind of operator that has one operand. I didn't talk about this. Now, if I have something like, let me see, okay, let's say console log 30 greater than 20. Now, this first 30 and this 20, both of them are called operand. Why this sign is called an operator? So, what is happening here is that operands they combine with operator to give a result or to give something. So that's what you should take note of. Now if I come back here, when we say unary operator, we're talking about a kind of operator that have only one operand. Like if you look at this one, now this one is taking two operand. Now what are example of unary operator? I can do something like let each equal to 20. So I think in this case I have an increment. I can do each plus plus. If I save this and come back here and console log each, if I do this and I save, by the time I head over to my browser, you see that this will give me 21. I will follow. So the plus plus, which is increment, is an example of a unary operator. So take note of that. So another example is the minus minus. So let me do something like this. Unary operator. Yeah, let me do something like ternary operator. Huh? So for the unary operator, okay, I have examples of increment, which is plus plus, decrement, and I think assignment equal to is supposed to be among uh, um, this and this. Um, okay, these are examples of assignment operator. Do this plus equal to minus equal to? I'm supposed to talk about it when I was doing the assignment operator. So I still have something like division equals. Okay, so let's just end this here. Let me know bore you guys. So if I come back here, let me talk about the minus minus. If I do something like this, so these ones I don't think they're supposed to be here. They're supposed to be among the assignment operators. So let me remove these guys. I'll tell you why shortly. So let me come back to where I have assignment operators. For assignment operator, let me do something like this. Equal to, now paste these guys. So I'll come back to that shortly. Let me just show you something. Now if I come back here, minus minus, this is an example of a unary operator. Now what does this do? It will subtract one from what I was having. If I come back to my browser, this will give me 19. So take note. So if I come back to VS Code again, let me show you something real quick. So I talked about assignment equal to, which is addition equal to, and minus equal to. Let me talk about those guys, what they are doing. Now if I come back here, remember I will talk about assignment operator. If I say let each equal to 20, and I come back and I say each plus equal to 5. Remember I said these are among the assignment operator. I didn't put them under unary operator because we say unary operator they take only one operand. But in this case now you can see that these are not operand. This first one, this one is also an operand. So take note. That's why I group them under this one. So if I say console log age, now what would this do? Now this thing is saying take the previous value of age, assign a value of 5 to it, and assign it to a new value of age. Now let me just save this and go over to my browser. Let me show you something. Can you see what I'm getting? I'm getting 25. So if I come back to VS Code, instead of me to write this like this, it's the same thing as saying age. Age is, I'm sorry, let me off my capital. The same thing as saying age equal to age plus 5. Are we following? So this is the same thing as doing something like this. So if I save this and head over to my browser, you can see I'm also getting 25. So let me go back to my VS Code. Now VS Code, what did I want you guys to take note of? I want you guys to look at this. What this guy is doing is that, remember, if I'm doing something like this in algebra, this is not a valid statement in algebra or valid equation in algebra, but in JavaScript, this is valid. They are saying take this variable, assign a new value to the previous value of the variable, and assign it to the variable again. So instead of me to do it like this, I can make use of this assignment equal to operator. Please take note of that. So I talk about the negation, the one of a negative sign. So I can say age minus equal to 5. Now what this will do is that it will subtract 5 from the age I'm having. I'm following to subtract 5 from the age I'm having. So let me just comment this one. So if I print this is supposed to give me 15. Let me head over to my browser so that you see it. So in my browser, you can see that I'm having 15. So let me come back to VS Code. Let's talk about something else. Now, just like we did before, this is the same thing as doing something like age equal to the current age minus 5. Right? So if I do this, this is the same thing as that. It will also give me 15. So if I save this and head over to my browser, and that's what I'm getting. I'm also getting 15. So let's go back. So I've talked about this. So you can don't worry, I'm not writing programs, we'll see more applications and the rest of it. I don't want to add the division equal to all those other stuff. I don't want to add them. Let's just leave it like this for now because I want to keep this video as simple as possible. So what I will do is that I'll comment this guy. I will also comment this guy. Then let's head over to where we what we are doing rather. Now we've talked about the increment and decrement, right? Then something else I want to talk about again is the type of. So let me just put something like this, comma and type of. Remember, we saw type of operator at first. Type of is used to return the data type of a variable or the data type that is stored in a variable. So if I come back and say let my variable equal to 25, and if I save this and I come back and I say console log the type of my var, if I save this and I go back, you guys are supposed to know what I'm supposed to get. This is supposed to give me number because it's checking the type of that um, value stored in the variable. So this is giving me number. So take note, guys. If I head over to my VS Code, why do we call it a unary operator? Because it's taking only one operand. So take note, guys. So that's all about operators. Now what we'll do is that we will go over to strings. We'll talk about string method and look at different things of string. There's no need of going into numbers again because what we'll do in numbers is just normal addition and subtraction. So in the course of looking at string, we'll look at some kind of things in numbers. Now let's look at strings properly. The first thing we'll talk about in string is concatenation. Though we've seen concatenation before, but I just want to talk about it again. Now, concatenation of string means to join strings together. Say, for instance, I have something like, let me just say concatenation. Let me say I have something like, let name, or let me use my name. Let my name equal to God bless. Then I want to say, let my age equal to 25. Now, let me come downstairs and do something like this. Let sentence equal to my name is my name and I am my age. Yes. Oh, now it doesn't matter if you're using string. Yeah, but let me just change it back to number. Now, if I do this and console log this sentence, I'm getting my name is my name and I am my age. Yes. Oh. I'm using this because I'm passing out everything as a string. Now, what I would do is that I will go back to my VS Code and I will do something like this. On VS Code, I can do something like this. My name is, before this, I will put a quote here, then I will come out with a plus, then put another plus here, put a quote again. Then I will get to this side. I want to be able to read these variables. Then I'll put a plus again as well. Then come out again, put another plus here and the sign, the quotation. Now if I save this, I'll head over to my browser You can see that I'm getting my name is God bless and I'm 25 years old. Now let me go back to VS Code. Now VS Code, this is what I will do again. Um, if you look at this, like from the first time I explained this, I talked about the template literals, right? Now if I want to do something like a template literal, instead of doing this, take note I can also use single quote. But let me just use template literal. I will do this. I remove this, it's no longer needed. So I delete this, then remove this. Now if I do this, you can see that I'm getting this. If I print this, I'll also get everything. But if I'm using the template chart, the way to get the variable is by using a dollar sign and a curly bracket. So this will give me the variable. Then over here, I'll do my dollar sign and my curly bracket. This will give me the variable. Now if I do this and see if I head over to my browser, notice that I'm also getting my name is my name. My name is God bless rather, and I am 25 years old. Now let me go back to VS Code. Now, VS Code, the next thing I want to do is that I want to talk about addition of string and numbers. Now, whenever you're adding a string to a number, what you are doing is concatenation as well. Now, if I comment this, I can come back here and do something like this. I'll say let num1 equal to 23. Say let num2 equal to in string format 23. Now, if I come back here and I do something like console log num1 and plus num2, if I save this and head over to my browser, you can see what I'm getting. I'm getting 2323. The reason is because that is performing concatenation. It's not adding them together. And please take note. Whenever you add a number to a string, that's what you will get. If I should come back here and change this to let me see 456. If I save this, head over to my browser again, this is what I will get. I will get 23456. So take note. That's concatenation. Now let me go back to my VS Code. Let's talk about other string methods quickly. Now for string, say for instance, I have a string like this. Come down and say let my string equal to, let me use my name for instance, God bless. Now for this string, there are different things you should take note of. It has what we call the length properties. Let me just get these guys and place them over here so that you see it. Now let me just paste them over here, okay, above the string. So if I paste it here, these are the. Now I have the string method. I also have the string search methods. We'll talk about them real quick. Now for the length is not a method but a property. Now what is a method and what is a property? A property is something that describes something, and again it doesn't have this parenthesis. But a method is a function that is to say something that that thing can perform. So if you look at this one is having a parenthesis. So please take note. Length is a property and not a method. While the rest are methods. Anyone that is having this parenthesis. Now if I come down, let me talk about the length property first. If I say console log my string dot length, now what will this give me? This will give me the amount of characters I have. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now if I save this and head over to my browser, you can see that I'm having 8. So that's what the length property does. Now let me come back to my VS Code. Now VS Code, the next thing I want to talk about before I go into this method is indexing. Now it is important to know that strings are zero base index. Now if I come down, what do I mean by zero base index? If I say console log my string, so now to do indexing you use the square bracket. Now if I say my string of 0 and I save, this will give me the first character. If I come back to my browser, this is what you notice, I'm getting G. That's the first character, so please take note. Now if I come back to my VS Code again, if I say my string square bracket 1, it will give me 0 and the rest of them. Now how do we get the last the numbers of character here? You get the numbers of character by using my string dot length. Then now how do you get the last character of a string? You get the last character of a string by saying something like my string dot length, my string dot length -1. This will give me the last index. If I save this and I come back to my browser, it will give me the last index. So in order for me to get the last character, go back to VS Code again. I'll just do something like this. I'll say my string, then this, since it's giving me the last index, if I do something like this will give me the last character. And if I save this and I go back to my browser, that's what I'm getting. I'm getting yes. Now let me come back to VS Code again. Now why are we doing this? If you look at my string, like I count this, I can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I say my string square bracket 7, it will give me the last. But if I'm doing that, it means I'm at coding. But in this way, I'm not at coding it. So please take note. So that's how we do indexing. Now let me start with the first method. Now let me just do something like string indexing, something like string length. Now the next thing I want to talk about is the slice property. Now what is slice in a string? Now let me come down there and do something. Or let me just talk about these three together. I think they kind of go together. Splice, and substring. So let me just copy them and talk about them all together. So if I paste this here, now how are these guys done? Now let me come back to and it's important to know that let me just paste this guy right here again. For the slice takes the start and the end, start index and end index. The same thing with the substring, start and end index. While for the substring, I don't know how to pronounce this. It takes the start and length. So please take note about this. Now let me just start with a simple sentence. Let me see if I have a let fruit equal to, let me see, apple, banana, then orange. And if I have these three fruits, I can perform this method on them. Now, please take note. The space is also seen as a character. Also, this comma they are seen as character. So please take note. So if I'm talking about the length of this, I'll be including all of them. I don't want to count. So let me just start with my method. So if I say console log fruit dot slice, and I say okay, start index of 0, then end index of if I want to get apple, this is what I would do. I will see start index, which is 0, then I'll see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the reason I'm ending at 5 is because, sorry, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. The reason I'm ending at 5 is because that ending the end index, it is not included. So it's just like saying something like start end index minus end. I don't know why. So if I do this, this will give me apple without the comma. By the time I go back to my browser, this is what I will get. So if I come back to VS Code, let me show you something. If I want to get banana, I will say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And for banana, I will start from 7, then I will end at, let me see, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I will end at 13. Remember, 13 is that of the other comma, but it will not be included. So if I time I save this and then over to my browser, this is what I will get. So let me come back to VS Code and show you something. So if I should do this using substring, I will get the same result. substring. I do this, I will get the same result. So by the time I go back to my browser, you can see that I'm also getting banana. So both of them are the same. So if I come back to VS Code, so let's talk about the sub str. Remember I said the sub str will take the start and the length. So if I come back here and I change this to sub str, this will give me starting from 7. That will have my 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I'm ending at E. So this will be exclusive of E. So if I print this, this will give me banana, comma, orange without the E. So if I save this and come back to my browser, you see that I'm getting banana and orange. So let me come back to VS Code. Uh, Remember I said the start and length, right? So if I change this to 14, now this will give me banana and orange. So if I do this and I save and then over to my browser, you can see I'm getting banana and orange. So please take note. That's what the substring is doing. So if I come back to my VS Code again, there's a quick recap. Slides take start and end. Substring takes start and end. Then substring takes start and length. So let me just comment all of these. And now let's talk about the replace method. Now, what the replace method does is that it is used to replace maybe a character from a string with another character. Now, since strings are immutable, when I say immutable, that's to say you can't change them directly. We'll talk about mutable and immutable properly when we get to array. Now what we'll do is that we'll create a new one. So I can say let my new string equal to my string dot replace. Now if I do this, I can replace the G with something else. Let me say F. I come down and I console log my new string. right? If I do this, I see that I'm getting fourth best. Funny. So let me come back to my VS Code. Let me make this more better. So I can replace a lot of characters. So I can replace GOD with let me see GESUS. So if I do this and I save, I come back to my browser, I can see that the God bless has changed into Jesus bless. So please take note of this. Now let's go back to VS Code and talk about the next thing. So the next thing we want to talk about is the to uppercase and to lowercase method. So I can get rid of this guy, and I can come back here and touch the string directly. So I can do something like my string dot to uppercase. Now what does to uppercase do? Now to uppercase is used to change your characters. Maybe they were in lowercase, maybe small letters to capital letters. So that's what this guy is doing. So if you look at this, the God blesses, they are all in small letters. So I want to do to uppercase. Now what should I will get? By the time I head over to my browser, um, I see that I'm getting capital letter God bless. So let me come back to VS Code again. Now you might be thinking, is this really necessary in an application? Yes, it's very necessary. There are some applications. I think the Django admin area. By the time you create an account using a small letter, I think it will be converted to capital letter by default for you. Facebook page does that. Well, I can't remember, but there are some applications that do that. I think I've used it on one of my applications as well. So what I will do is this. Let me talk about it to lowercase. So I can come back here and do something like let my name equal to capital letter Freeman. So if I do this, I can come back here and do something like my name. I'm sorry, my name dot to lowercase. Now this will convert it from capital letter into small letter. Lower lowercase. If I do this and then over to my browser, you can see that the name is now in small letter. So please take note of this. Now let me go back to VS Code and let's talk about more methods. So what will happen is that I will comment this guy. So let's go upstairs and check. Now what do we have? Okay, the next in my list is concat. Okay, similar to concatenation. Now what does concat do? Concat is used to join string as well. So let me just come back here. Let me see my string equal to. Let me change this one into is okay. Let me see is a good boy. So if I save, do this and save. If I come back and I can do something like let sentence. I'm just assigning to a variable. I'm going to uh my name dot concat, right? Then inside this bracket, I'll put what I need. So I want to concat my string to it. So if I do this and I come back here, if I say console log sentence, why am I spelling sentence like this? So if I console log this sentence and I head over to my browser, you notice that I'm getting Freeman is a good boy. Now if you look at this thing, they are close together. Good. I did that on purpose. I want to show you something. Now, there are two ways of doing this. I can either come here and give a space, but I can also concat more stuff or more characters into this space. I can do something like this, a space, then I will separate them using a comma. You get. So by the time I do this and save and head over to my browser, I can see I'm getting Freeman is a good boy. So let me come back to my VS Code and let's continue. So the next on my list is the trim. Now what does trim do? Now trim is used to remove space. Now if for instance this was my string, let me just comment this guy. If for instance when I say space, the ending space, if I come back here and do something like this and I say okay, console log, I'm sorry, console log my name dot length. Now what should happen? If I do this, this was supposed to be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, but now it will give me 8 because of that space. If I come back here, you can see I'm getting 8. Now if I come back to my VS Code, I want to do the trim method. Now if I use trim method, I'll be able to remove that space. So let me just even put two space so that you see it, so that you know that I can trim from both start and end. So if I do this and save, go back to my browser, you see 9 there, right? So on VS Code, what do I want to do now? I want to assign a new variable. So let me just say something like let me do it over here. I'll say let new string equal to my name dot string. Um, Now if I do something like my new string dot length, now this will give me 7. because it will remove all of the spacing. If I come back here, sorry about this. You can see I'm getting 7. Now what the trim is doing is removing all the space that are at the edge. If I come back to VS Code, what do I want to do again? Now there's a method called trim start, trim end. You already know what it does, or you already know what it means, so you can you can practice those ones. So how do you see them? So if I do something like my name dot trim, you can see the different methods. So on your spare time, please just try and practice them. So I'm going to remove this guy. Let's look at the next method. The next method I'm having on my list is character art. Now, what does character art do? Character art is supposed to be a string search method. But nevertheless, let's just look at it. Now, what does the character art do? The character art is used to look for the particular character at a particular index. Now, this is what I mean. If I come back here, if I say let name or let my name equal to God bless. Now, if I come back here, if I say console log character art, if I say sorry, my name dot character art, am I correct? Okay, dot character art, then I see index 1. What will this give to me? So if I do this and I save, this is supposed to give me O. Are you following? Just like we did in indexing. So this is similar to this. Indexing is similar to this. So if I come back here, if I say character at 0, this will give me the G. So if I do this and I save, come back to my browser, you can see that I'm getting the G. So let's go back to VS Code. So take note of this. That's what the character art do. That's what the character art does. There's also what they call character code that gives the character code, but that's a little bit so you guys can make research on that character code. If I do that now, we'll start complaining. Now the next I want to talk about is the split. Now what does split do? Split is used to should I say split a string? Huh, impressive. Now let's say for instance I have let my email equal to egovwo at gmail.com. Now there are some websites by the time you don't choose a username while registering. You get your username is given to you based on your email. Like if I do something like issue at gmail.com, they remove the at gmail.com and my username will be issue. So please take note. Now what split does, split is a method that converts a string into an array. Please take note of this, is very important. Like I use it a lot. Now what do I mean by that? If I come here and I see console log email.split and I do this without specifying anything, I come back to my browser, this is what I'm getting. I'm getting an array with 16 elements. I will follow in, so please take note. Now let me come back to VS Code. Let me show you something. Now, because I split with respect to nothing, it's now giving me one. Sorry, yes, it's now giving me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the 16th one. So if I split with respect to dot and I save, come back to my browser, I will get an array of 2 elements. If you at Gmail, then dot com on its own. Sorry, the dot will be out of it. If I come back to my browser again, let me show you something. That's not what I want to do. Remember I said something about username at first. So if I have something like this, and I split and save, if I go back to my browser, this is what you notice. I will get an array of 2 elements, issue then at gmail.com. Now, for instance, I want issue as my username on my application. I can as well go back to VS Code and do something like this. Okay, let me use issue and that is my username everywhere. So if I do this and I go back to my browser again, you can see I'm getting Freeman and gmail.com. So if for instance I need the Freeman as a username, it's very easy, just to return 0. I will apply indexing. 0 will give me the first element of that array. By the time I save and go back, I will get Freeman. So please take note of this. Let's go back to VS Code. Let's look at the string search method. Now, what are the string search methods? The string search method that are used for looking for something on the string. That's why I said this character act. It's supposed to be a search method, but nevertheless, let's just talk about it. Now, the first one I have here on my list is the index of. Now, what index of does or what it's doing is that it returns the index of a particular stuff. So please take note. If I come back here, if I say let my name again equal to God bless, I can't spell my name. I'll come back here and see console log my name dot index of. Now I can look for the index of G. The index of G will give me 0. By the time I come back to my browser, this is what I'm getting. If I see the index of I made a mistake. But nevertheless, if I see index of x, now what this will give me, to give me the first index of x, which is supposed to be 6. If I come back to my browser, you can see I'm getting 6. Now let me go over to VS Code and show you something else. If you look at this place, I'm having to S, right? Now if I see the index of S, this will give me the first index of S. Now please take note, this is supposed to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if I save this and head over to my browser, you can see that I'm getting 6. So what about if I want to get the index of the other one? That's why there's a method called the last index of, just in case there are more than one characters. So I can do something like last index of, I can see camel case in, so I just want to point it out quickly. So last index of is supposed to give me 7. So if I do this and head over to my browser, you can see that I'm getting 7. So please take note of that. Now the search, what does the search? Okay, here's it. Next on my list is the search. Now what does the search do? The search is used to search for a particular character and returns its index. Now if I do um my name dot search, if I do my name dot search and I head over to my browser, you notice that I'm getting 6. So please take note. So it's just giving me the first index. So let me just go back again and do something like my name dot search G. I think it's supposed to give me 0. So by the time I head over to my browser, I'll see that I'm getting 0. So take note, that's for that. So let's go over to our VS Code and let me look at something next. So the next method we'll talk about is the I think is include. Now what does include method do? Now, this method is used to check if something is on something. Let me put it that way. If a certain character is in the string or maybe a certain this thing. So what I will do is that I will say, okay, my name dot include. Then I think it returns a boolean. Now if I do this, this is what I get in. It returns true. So that's to tell you that my string, which is the name, it includes the character G. So let's go back to our VS Code and let me show you something. Now you can search for any of the other ones, but if I decide to search for a character that let me say include F, I think it's going to return false. So please take note. Then the other one I have is start with. Start with also returns a boolean. So if I do something like start with start with G, if I do something like start with G and I come back to my browser, you can see that it's giving me true. If I come back to my VS Code and I start with any other thing that is not there to give me false. So I also have the end with. So if I do something like end with I'm sorry, and end with. If I say end with G, I think this is going to give me false because G is the first character there. So let me go back and end with S. By the time I do this, I'll head over to my browser. You can see that it's giving me true. So that's that about string method for now. So guys, real quick, let's talk about arrays. This is getting interesting. So I'll say array. We've looked at it before, but we didn't talk about the method and all. So now, how are arrays created? Like I said before, you can use the array constructor method. When I was teaching that, I said construction, it's constructor actually. So I can do something like let people equal to new array, right? And I can start adding names. I can say God bless Freeman. I can say Lancelot, which is my favorite knight of Camelot. Now if I do this and I come back here, I say console log people. Now by the time I save this and head over to my browser, this is what you notice on my browser. I'm getting an array with 3 values. Now please take note. Now if I come back to VS Code, I said something. I said instead of me to use this new array constructor method, it is better to do something like this by saying let people let people Jesus Christ let people equal to, then I'll say God bless, I'll say Freeman, I'll say Lancelot. Now if I do this, save and go back to my browser, you can see that we're getting the same thing. Now this is more better The reason is because in a way I think it's kind of faster and it's easier. Now, what are the methods I can perform with an array? I can push to an array and I can do a lot of things. Now, first of all, let me show you how to check the type of an array. Now, if you check the type of an array, it will give you an object. I can come back and I can do something like type of this. If I do the type of this and I go back to my browser, I see that it's giving me an object, which is very correct. Array is an object, but the kind of object whose key is its index. So please take note of that. Now, how do you know if an array is truly an array? There's a method that I can use to check it. So I can do something like this. I can see array does is array, and I'll pass this guy in of people. If I save this and I go back, I think it will return a boolean. If it's an array, it will return true. So please, that's very correct. If I go back to my VS Code, you can see everything is not an array to return for, so please take note. Now for arrays, what can we do to arrays? So what will happen real quick, I'll copy all the array method and I'll paste it right here. But before I do that, let me show you something. Array does indexing as well. So if I want to get the first the first element of an array, I can see let's console log people. Why do I keep writing r people bracket 0? This will give me the first name there. So if I come back, this is what I'm getting. If I go back to VS Code, I can do something like people of one, give me Freeman, people of two will give me Lancelot. What if I want to do a junior method? I'll give you the last element of every array, a different method. I think we'll see one later on, but for now, let's recall what we did on string. So I can do something like people.length, people.length, right? This will give me, this is a property of this array that will give me the length of the array. So if I go back, you notice that I'm getting 3. So let me go back to VS Code again. And let me do something like this. If I want to get the last index, I'll see people.length minus 1. This will give me the last index. By the time I go back to, I see the last index is 2. If I go back to VS Code again, the last thing I want to show, if I want to get the last element of every array, the array name, then the index of its last index. So the square bracket of its last index. So if I do this and go back, I can see that it's Lancelot. So even if I come back later on and add to this array, let me say I come back here, I do something like Spider-Man. And I go back to my browser, you notice that I'm getting this. So please take note of that. Let me go back to VS Code. Let's talk about the array methods. So guys, for the array method, let me paste them here. These are the ones we'll be talking about. Um, the length. Remember, I said the length is a property and not a method. How do you know a property from a method? A property describes something. Why a method is a function that thing can perform. So please take note. We see that more. Then again, the properties, they don't have these parentheses, but the length have them. You can search on W2 School for more properties and the rest. That's where I'm getting all of these guys from. So now, real quick, let's talk about the toString method. Now, we saw when we were doing string, in order for me to convert a string to an array, I will use the split method. Don't forget, guys. But if I want to convert an array back to a string, what will I do? I will use the toString method. Now, how do I do this? So just to come here and do something like this, console log, I will say array, the array name dot toString. So let me work with that people. I will say people, sorry, people dot toString, right? Now I need to put this guy, show that it's a method. So let me comment this. So by the time I save and go back to my browser, notice that this is what I'm getting. Now that array is now being converted to a string. Are we following, guys? So please take note. Now if I come back, how do you know that it's an array? You see the array here on the console. But since it's a string now, that array bracket is no longer there. So please take note. That's what the string method does. Then what about the pop? The pop is a method that removes from the end of an array, right? So if I come back here, if I do something like people.pop, I'm coming people.pop, and I do this, if I go back to my browser, you can see I'm getting the last element. Remember, we did something like this before. That was the last thing we were talking about. When we talk about the index, then we do the index of the last one. So pop is another method you can use, right? So please take note of that. So what about the push? Now you can see that if I come back here, remember I said something about mutable and immutable. Arrays are mutable, right? If I come back here and I do something like this, console, if I do something like that, people dot pop over here, when I see mutable, I can change the original array. Now this has affected the original array. If I'm to console log this, Spider-Man will not be included. So if I say and go back to my browser, you notice that the Spider-Man is no longer there. I'm now having three elements. So guys, please take note of that. By the time I come back to VS Code again, the next thing I want to talk about is the push. Push is used to add to the end of an array. Like you saw what I did when I came back here then and wrote Spider-Man. That's not, should I say handy? Sorry guys. That's not the best way of doing things. If you are doing something like that, it's called hard coding. So what we do normally, we do things like push. So what I would do now, if I want to add to the end of an array, I will say push. So I'll just do something like remove from the end of an array. Then for push, I can do something like this: people dot push. Now I'll push whatever I want to add to it. Let me say I want to add Peter Parker, one of my favorite character. By the time I save this and go back to my browser, you can see that the array is, I'm now having five elements inside of this array, so please take note of that, guys. By the time I go back to VS Code again, I can do other stuff. If I want to add a lot of stuff, I can do Peter Parker. I'll say Jet Li. I don't know what's coming into my mind at this point in time. So let me just add Jackie Chan because I can't do Jet Li without Jackie Chan. I can also do Jackie Chan without Jet Li. Let me see Jackie Chan. By the time I save and go back to my browser, you can see that I'm getting seven. Again, so I can push one element to an array. I can also push multiple elements to an array. So please take note. So I'll say push. What does it do? It adds to the end of an array. Add to the end array. And by the way, typing is not compulsory when it comes to programming, but it's helpful. So it's good to learn how to type. So please take note of that, guy. So the next thing I want to talk about is the shift. Now, what does this shift do, or what is it used for? Now, the shift is used to remove from um from the beginning of an array. Please take note. Now, the shift removes from the beginning of an array. Now, if I come back here, if I do something like this, people dot shift, then just by doing this alone, if I come back, you notice that the first guy is no longer there. I'm not starting from Freeman. The goblet is no longer there. But let me show you something. If I go back to my VS Code and see that the array started with God bless followed by Freeman, but that shift method is used to remove from the beginning of an array. So please take note of that, guys. Then what about the unshift? The unshift is used to add to the beginning of an array. So I can do something like this. I can say people dot unshift. I can add anything of my choice. Let me say I want to add who would I add? Okay, let me see I don't know what to add. Okay, let me see Mark Powell's. I got this from a poem. So if I go back to my browser, you notice that my code is now at the beginning of the array. So please take note of that, guys. So let me go back to my VS Code. Just like we did when we were doing push, I can add multiple elements to the beginning. So I can do something like my poet, I can do something like Fred Craft. This is from a chemistry. Okay. And I can do something like I can do something like Robert. So by the time I do this and see, if I head over to my browser, you notice that these guys are now at the beginning. So please take note. So that was how to add to the beginning of an array. So real quick, let me just do this guy right here. I can do something like removes from the beginning of an array. Then over here, I'll do something like adds to the beginning of an array. Please take note of this, guys. So the next thing I want to talk about is the join method. That's what I'm having here. Now the join is used to join two arrays. Let's say for instance I have an array one. Let me see let array one sorry array one equal to, let me see, God bless, and I see Freeman. Then I come back, I did something like let array two equal to Lancelot. I say Arthur. Now if I do this, I can do something like I1 dot join, and I'll see in bracket array2. I can assign this to a variable. So let me just do something like this. Let me say let new array be equal to this. Now if I do this, I want to say array 1 to join array 2. If I do this and I console log my new array, if I do this and head over to my browser, notice that I'm getting hmm, looks like I'm getting a string. So the join method is bringing a string. Let me go back to my VS Code and see something. Array 1 to join array 2. I'm coming. Let me try something. If I say array 1 to join, I go back to my browser. Oh, okay, guys, real quick, please take note. The join method is used to convert an array to a string as well. So between two methods, the toString and the join, they are used to convert an array to a string. So please take note, guys. Take note, guys. So join converts an array to a string. So let me just comment this. Now the next on our list is the delete. What does the delete do? It's used to remove from an array as well. To delete from an array. Let me use this array one. So if I come here, I can do something like this. Now, real quick before I forget, the delete makes use of the index. So I will do something like delete array1 index 0. Maybe I want to delete the goblet. This is what I will do. Now, if I console log array1 and I save, if I do this and head over to my browser, um, this is what I'm getting. So the first one is not giving an empty there, while the other one is on framer. So please, the delete it's not really advisable to use delete. So whenever you want to remove from an array, it's better to use those pop, those methods. Those are better methods. So the next thing I want to talk about is the what do I have on my list? Concat method. Now, what does the concat method do? The concat method is used to join strings together. So it's used to join arrays together as well. So if I do this, I can now do something like this. New array equal to array1 dot concat. Now if I do this dot concat and I put in array2 here, if I do this and see if I console log my new array and I head over to my browser, this is what I'm getting. So the concat method is used to join two arrays. So please take note of that. Now this one does not convert them to string. It doesn't convert them to string like the join and the to string method. So please take note. So what's the next method? I have flat. Let me. So the flat method is used to reduce the dimension of an array, or should I say, if I have arrays of sub arrays, I can as well remove the sub arrays by using the flat method. Now what I'll do is that I'll comment all of these and I will come back here and do something like, let's say I have let my array be equal to this, then I have a sub array here, let me say 1 2 say comma 3 4 say comma 5 6. Now if I want to reduce the dimension of this array, I can do something like this and let new array equal to my array dot flat, right? If I do this and I console log the new array, if I save this, you can see this is what I'm getting on my browser. So please take note of that, guys. Now let's head over to VS Code and look at some more stuff. Now VS Code, what will be the next thing to talk about? The next thing I want to talk about is the slice and splice. My funny aspect of JavaScript. Just like we have slice, substring, and substr on string, that's how we have slice and splice and array. But let me just print this array code for slice. Slice is going to be the one I have on string. I can say slice, take the start and end. While for splice, it takes the uh, start and length as well. So please, this is what you should take note of. Now for slice, what does this do? Now both slice and splice. Now let me explain what they do. They are used to remove part of a string. Sorry, part of an array. But the thing is that slice, when you use slice method, when you call the original array, it brings back everything you have originally. I don't think it mutates the array, but splice mutates the array. When you call the array, it brings back the remaining thing you're supposed to get. And let me just come back and explain something. Now, if I have let students or let ninth equal to ninth, God bless, funny, ninth free man, ninth Lancelot. And this is what I would do. I can do something like this. ninth dot slice. Now if I start from 0 comma 2, what will this do? It will start from the 0 index, then it will go to the 1 index, 2 index minus the 2 index. Now if I do this and I console log, okay, let me assign this to a new variable since I said it doesn't mutate itself. If I say let new ninth, so this one is creating a new array equal to this. If I console log the new ninth and I see if I do this, if I head over to my browser, you notice this is what I'm getting. I'm getting God bless Freeman, right? Now this is because let me come back to VS Code and explain properly. This is because I'm slicing this first part of the array, saying okay, start from 0, index 0, then go to index 1, index 2, excluding index 2. So please take note, just like we saw on screen. Now for splice, so I want to choose something. If I call original 9th, if I call back the original 9th, okay, no need of doing that. Let me just come back. If I call back the original 9th, you notice that I'm getting back everything, which is not supposed to be so. Can you see what I'm getting? Which is not supposed to be so. Now it doesn't mutate it. That's what this means. So if I come back to this place, VS Code rather, what I will do now, I want to use the splice method. If I say splice, then I call back the original 9th. Now watch what will happen. If I do this and I save, I go back to my VS Code, see that I'm getting what is left. So you can see that this is mutating the array. So please take note. I come back to VS Code. What I would do if I need the one I'm removing or the one I remove from it is just to call back this new night. So if I do this and paste, save, and head over to my browser, I notice that this is what I'm getting. So there's something I like seeing whenever I'm teaching this part of JavaScript. I'm trying to see what I like seeing is that if you buy a bread, for instance, you know those sliced bread you normally call. Let me just correct you. It's not the sliced bread. It's called the spliced bread. Please, I'm just kidding. Because if you eat a part of it, if you call the original bread, the other part will be left. So, this is my little joke I normally tell when teaching this part of JavaScript. So, let's go to the next topic. Now, what do I have here? Okay, I'm done with all the array method. Okay, real quick, let's talk about the objects. Now we've seen the arrays, we've seen the string, we've seen methods on string, we've seen methods on array as well. So let's talk about the object. Now, what is the object like? Now the object makes use of key value pairs, like I said before. Now what do I mean by key value pairs? So let me say object. Now objects are seen as resource, objects and arrays. Why? Because they can hold multiple value. And I give you difference of when to use an object and when to use an array there. So if I come back here, if I say let person equal to, now if I want to give a clear description, this one I will now say okay name, I'll say God bless, I can now say email, right? Now I'll say if I say email, I'll say gb@gmail.com. Is that not so? And I can come here and do something like is admin, then I'll say true. Then now I want to hold other data type. I can do something like subject. But let me see school first. This funny. Okay, school. I'll say something like uni ben mistress. Now I'll see subject. Let me see my subject combination. Now this can hold an array, so I can put this. Remember I said you use array if you want to take values that have the same data type. So I can do something like math, which is string. I'll say chem. I'll say physics. Then I can do something like general studies. So that's for that. Then I want to do something. Now let me say address, like or let me say contact. Let me know his address, contact, right? Now for this contact, I can do something like this. This can be used to hold an object. Now what will I do inside this object? I can do something like Facebook. So if you want to reach me on Facebook, you can say EGOVWG Freeman. This is the same thing I use for all of my social media. So let me just copy and paste. See Instagram, Twitter. I think I'm on TikTok as well. So take note. So this is what I would do. So please, so if I do this, okay, let me do LinkedIn as well. LinkedIn, GitHub, LinkedIn, then GitHub. So if I do this, how can I access the element of an object? Now let's do that real quick. Now if I want to access this email, is very easy. So Now to access the element of an object, I can do something like this. I can use the bracket index or bracket property method. I don't know what to call it, but let me just show you. I'll do something that is console log. I'll say person, then in square brackets. I will do this in a string format. Please take note. So if I do this, and I see by the time I go back to my browser, I see that I'm getting the email. So please take note of that. So if I come back to VS Code, if I want to get the name, you just use the name. But this is not a good method. Like, not that it's not a good method, but I don't like using it. Or you find most developers using it. Also, dot method as a person dot email. By the time I do this and I save, if I head over to my browser, I see that I'm also getting it right. So let me come back to VS Code again. So another thing I can do is that I can access the element inside of this guy. So if I want to get this Facebook, for instance, all of them are the same value. Okay, let me just see F, okay, let me say 001. Okay, good. If I want to get this HOG Freeman 001, just to see person dot contact right now, say dot Facebook. So please take note. So by the time I do this and save, head over to my browser, you can see I'm getting HOG Freeman 001, which is the username of the Facebook for now. I can come back here. If I want to get GST or physics, let me say physics. If I want to print out the physics, I'll say person dot subject, right? And I'll see index, right? Because this is an array, so I'll use array method. So this is 012, right? So that will give me index 2. By the time I do this and save, head over to my browser, I see that I'm getting physics. So guys, that's that about accessing the elements of an object. Now you can add to an object. Now how do you add to an object? Now you don't do push or any of the method. Now what you do is that you can simply add to an object by doing something like person dot then any property name of your choice. Let me say person dot is married. Now I can see this should be equal to true, right? Now if I do this and I save, now what will happen if I call this person? So I say console log prs1 person. And by the time I do this and save, head over to my browser. That is what I will get. You can see all the properties, contact, email, is married to the okay, look at this married. Now I want you to know about object and arrays that objects does not consider arrangement how following. So if I don't want to consider positioning, that's when I use objects again. Then for array considers positioning. The first thing must always be the first thing when you're printing it out. But for this one, I don't consider positioning. If you look at this now, it's just arranging this in alphabetical order. But you saw when we did, okay, now let me show you this for the subjects. Can you see what we're having? Why? Because it's making use of the indexing. So the MTH comes first, came, and the rest of them. So please take note of that. So later on, we'll see how to manipulate objects when we look at sorry, we'll see how to manipulate arrays, how to sort and the rest of them. So we'll go back to those guys. The next thing I want to look at here is the loop. So for the loops, what will happen is this. I will just I will copy all of these loops, we'll talk about them. So what will happen is I will go back to VS Code. Now VS Code, I would let me place this loops here. Now, what are loops? Loops are used to do something repeatedly. How following. Now, remember I said something. Now, let me just point this out real quick again. Let me say loops. Loops. Now, in programming, whenever you are doing something and you find out that you are repeating yourself over and over again, it means it's no longer handy. It means that there will be a method that might be able to do that thing easily. So say for instance, I'm asked to write 1 to 100, right? Now, I can just come back here and start doing console log 1, 2, 3, but I will get to a stage, when I get to a stage, I will get tired. So instead of me to do that, there's a method called loop in JavaScript that can help me do that. So say for instance, I need 1 to 100, all I need to do is just to run a loop. So that will lead us into the type of loop. So let's start with the for loop. Now, what is for loop or how is it written? Now, for loop, there are different ways. For the syntax, I'll say for, I'll say let I equal to okay, let me just write the syntax. I'll say for initialization or initializer. I don't know if my spelling is correct. Then I'll say boundary. Then I'll say increment, right? Then I'll say my code block. So this is syntax. Syntax. So this is syntax. So we'll look at this shortly. So by the time I come back here, I can comment all of this. Now, what do I mean by this? Now, this is how for loop is written. I'll say for. The initializer is where I want to start from. So let me say let I be equal to 1, for instance. Initializer. Then my boundary condition is where did I want to end at. Now, I can do something like I less than what? Let me see, less than 100, for instance. Then I'll say I plus plus, right? And by the time I do this and I console log I, if I save this and I go back to my browser, this is what you notice. I'm getting 1 to 100. Now there's a diagram I like showing whenever I'm teaching you. So now let's head over to PowerPoint. Let me show you guys the diagram real quick. So this is the diagram I like using whenever I'm explaining loops. Now if you look at these, you notice that this is I don't know where to start from. Okay, this is condition. Now you can see that this thing is going in an anti-clockwise direction constantly. If the condition is true, can you see it? For condition is true, okay, conditional code continuously, condition, but as soon as the condition turns into false, it will come down. So I like using this diagram. So loop is a way of doing something repeatedly, right? So let's head over to our VS code and let me show you something real quick. So for this now, what we are saying okay, for I less than, for I equal to 1, I less than 100, I plus plus. So this will keep incrementing, like adding 1 till this condition is no longer true. Then we'll break out of the loop. So please take note, guys. Something I can do again is by doing by setting the variable, so I can say let I equal to 1 here, right? Now instead of saying let I equal to 1 here, I'll just move all of this and I'll present to just I. If I do this and I save, it will still do the same thing. By the time I head over to my browser, I see that I'm also getting the loop. So please take note, guys. Now let's go over to VS Code again and let's look at the other loops. Now let's go over to while loop. We'll come back to this loop shortly again. Now for while loop, I will set the variable as let me say y. Sorry, I'll set my variable as let I equal to 1, for instance. That's my initialization. And I'll say y, then I'll say condition, right? Then I'll say my code block. So if I'm to write syntax, so this will be my syntax for it. So let me say syntax y loop syntax, right? So I'm coming. Let me just comment this guy and grab this real quick and put it downstairs. If I paste and save, I can say y. Now instead of this, I can say yi is less than 10. Let me use 10. 100 is too much. Now I can do something like console log I. But now for a while loop, you need to be very careful. If you are not careful enough, you forget to increment it. So instead of doing this, I must come back here and say I plus plus. If not, that will lead us to an infinite or an unending loop and it may crash our system. So guys, by the time I do this and head over to my browser, this is what I'm getting. Good. So that's why loop running. Now because I said less than 10, if I should do something like less than or equal to 10, the 10 will be included. So take note of that, guys. Now, real quick before we go into other loops, let's just talk about the break and continue statement. Now, break and continue statements are two terms used in loops. What the break does is that it's used to jump out of a loop, then continue is used to omit a particular thing from a loop, then continue with the rest. Now, let me just show you real quick. If I run a for loop, let me say break and continue. These are keywords in JavaScript. So, if I do this now, I can do something like for let I equal to 0, I less than or equal to 10, then I'll say I plus plus. Now if I do this and I console log I, of course you know what I'm supposed to get. By the time I save and go back to my browser, you notice I'm getting 0 to 10. If I want to break, for instance, now what I will do is that I'll come back here, I'll write a condition. I'll say if I is triple equal to 5. You guys have seen this before. Now I want to break. Now if I do this and save, then head over to my browser, this is what I'm getting. This is what I'm getting. So as soon as I is equal to 5, it will break out of the loop. So from 5 and below will no longer be there. So from 5 and above will no longer be there. So if I go back to my um, VS code, let's talk about continue. So for continue, all I need to do is let me just copy the same loop and then paste it right here. So I'll comment this first one out of this, then I'll say continue. Now for continue, what will happen is that I will get 1 to 4, then 5 will be omitted, then I'll continue from 60, the end of the loop. So by the time I go back to my browser, that's what I'm getting: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So take note of this, guys. So that's the break and continue statement. It's used in loop a lot. Now, let's look at the next stuff there. What do we have on our list? The next thing I have here is the for in loop. Now, the for in loop is used to iterate through an object. Now let me just do something like this. I'll say for, let me say I have an object. Let person equal to name, God bless, right? Now see email. I'll say Freeman. I think these are okay for now, please. So how do I write the for in loop? Now this is how to do. So remember, object uses key value pairs. So what I'll do is that I'll say for say let key, right? So you can call it anything of interest, just like a variable name. For let key in um person, so key in the object, right? I want to say dictionary because of Python, but in JavaScript we call it object. For let key in object, I want to console log key. Now if I console log key, what should I will get to my browser? It will give me just name and email, right? Now because those are the keys. Now I need the values of this key. I don't need the key. How do I get them? It's just to see. Remember how we printed this stuff, right? So I can say person, then square bracket key. Let me see what this will print. So if I do this and save and head over to my browser, you can see I'm getting God bless Afrima now, right? So please take note of this. There's something I want to try. I don't know if it will work. What if I say consider person dot key and save? Let me see what I'll get. If I come back to my browser, you can see I'm getting undefined. So please, this will not work. So let me go back to my browser. In order for me to access it, I must use the square bracket. So please take note of this, guys. Take note of this, guys. So if I do this, come back to my browser right here. So let's go back to VS Code. Let's look at the next one. Now, the next on my list is the for of loop. Now, the for of loop is used to loop through a string, right? So this is how we write it. So let me just do this. I'll say let name equal to, let me say my name. I don't use another name. Let my name equal to God bless. Right? So I can say for let I of my name for of loop, right? And I want to console log I. So by the time I do this and save, when I head over to my browser, notice that I'm getting GODBLESS twice. That's why you are seeing today. So guys, this is how to loop through a string. So please take notes. Let's go back to VS Code again. Now, what about an array? How do we loop through an array? I think these are the methods of looping through an array. So for an array, I can use for loop first. So let me show you how to loop through an array with a for loop. I can also use a while loop, but let me just show you this real quick. Let's say I have an array. Let's ninth. Like I said before, I'm a ninth, a ninth of Camelot. So I'll say God bless Freeman and Lancelot, my favorite. So if I do this, I can spell. So if I do this, how do I loop through this array? It's very easy. You just to see for, and I'll say let, right? I equal to 0. That's how we wrote our loop. Then I'll say I less than. Now there's something you should take note of. If I just come back here and start counting this array by saying 1, 2, 3. If I do this, not that okay, let me just do this. If I do this, and I'll say I plus plus, right? Now, if I do this and I console log I, for instance, I will give me the index. Please take note. By the time I come back, you see I'm getting 0, 1, 2. And now let's go back. How do I actually get the elements? Now, it's just to see the ninth KNIGHTS index, the index, square bracket, the index. So please take note. So if I do this and go back to my browser, you can see I'm getting God bless you, my last lot. Like I said, we are at coding. Now, I want to remove this at coding. What will I do? If I come back here and add to this array, let me see Peter Parker. Man, I'm sorry guys. If I come back here and do something like Peter Parker, by the time I head over to my browser, notice that the Peter Parker is not there, right? Now the reason was because I had coded. Now, how do I make it such that it will be there? So I can do that by using 9th dot length, because this will give me the length of any array. So please take note, guys. By the time I go back to my browser, you can see that Peter Parker is there. So even if I come back to my VS Code and I pushed or on shift into this array, let me say I do something like 9th dot push, right? And I do something like I do something like mark powells, and I do something like John Doe, and I save. Now you notice that all of these will be added. I will follow in. So please take note. These are array methods. So please take note of these guys. So let me go back to my VS Code. Now let's talk about something real quick. How do I use the while loop in doing this? It's very easy. For the while loop, all I need to do is to set my variable I equal to 0 to get the first index, right? Now say say I is less than the 9th dot length. I want to do something. What do I want to do? I want to console log my 9th, right? Then index I. Then after this, I will increment. So I'll say I plus plus so that my system will not crash. Now, if I do this and save and head over to my browser, you notice that I'm getting the same result. Voila. So let's go back to VS Code and let's look at something else. Now, the next on my list is is the for each method. Now, these are higher order array methods. So let's just get into this real quick. So let's just get into this real quick. Now, I'll teach all of them at once. So let me just say higher order array method, right? So I'll start with the for each, then I have the map, then let me talk about the reduce, let's talk about the sort, right? Then what again, okay, let's talk about the sort. Then now I'll start with the for each, which is just a loop method. Now if I have this nights, if I have all of these nights, now what can I do with this using for each method? I can see 9th dot for each, right? And now for each of them, I want to call them a particular thing. Let me see 9th, which is the singular fit 9th. Then I want to return something. Now this thing I'm returning is a callback function. Now we'll look at functions soon. Now all I need to do is to say okay, console log the 9th. Now this one does not take anything like I also. So if I do this and save, head over to my browser, you notice that I'm getting all of this, right? So please take note, guys. Now let me go back to my VS Code and let me show you the other one. The other one I'm having here. Okay, fine. There's something I want you guys to take note of. Now everything is taking two values, for instance. Let me say I. Now the next value that is coming by default is the index. So please take note. So I can do something like this: console log I, comma this. If I do this and save, come back to my browser, you notice that I'm getting the index, right? Now if I want something like one this, two this, it's just to come back here and say I plus one. So these are just reasoning. By the time I come back to my browser reload, you can see that I'm getting one. God bless two. So please take note. So if I come back to VS Code, I'm sorry, guys, I'm a little bit fast because I need to cover a lot of things within a short amount of time. So let me just comment all of these guys. I want to talk about the next method, which is okay. I already brought them here. Now the next one here is map method. Now what the map method does is that it does almost the same thing as the for each method, but there's a little difference, being that this map returns a string. You won't get the understanding now until you start doing projects. Just for now, just know that it does almost the same thing. So if I see 9th dot map, right? Then after doing this, I can return 9th. Is that also? Then this is my callback function. Now I can console log 9th. Now if I do this, save and head over to my browser, you notice that this is what I'm getting as well. So please take note. Just like the for each method, if I have another parameter, that will be the index. So please take note. Um, so guys, real quick, the next thing I want to talk about is the reduce method. And what does reduce method do? The reduce method is used to add the elements of an array. Now let's say for instance, I have an array. Let scores equal to 20, 30, 30, 23, 89. So I'll just use one to explain the last three: 40, um 34, and so on and so forth. Now, if I want to get the total of this array, I will use the reduce method. I can do something like for no rather I can do something like scores dot reduce, right? Then I'll see this one takes two parameter a comma b. Then inside this I will return a plus b, right? Now I can assign this to a variable. I can say okay, let's total be equal to this. Then I'll console log total. Now if I say console log total and I see if I head over to my browser, notice that this is what I'm getting, 236. So by the time you add all the elements of that array, it will give you 236. Now, is this the only method I can use? No, I can also use for loop to do this. So if I come back here, I can do something like for let I equal to 0, I less than I less than scores dot length, and I'll say I plus plus, right? So now the next thing I'll do is that I will say so I can set an accumulator. I will initialize it. I'll say let accumulator be equal to 0, right? So now the next thing I will do over here is that I will say okay, for this loop, if I console log I, you already know what I'm supposed to get. I'll get all of them, right? So by the time I come back to my browser, notice I'm getting the index rather. Now if I say okay, I want to console log, let me go back to my VS Code. If I say I want to console log scores of I, scores of I, right? If I do this and then over to my browser, you notice that I'll get all of the scores. Is that not so? Let me come back to VS Code again. Now, the next thing you would want to do is that you want to console log, you want to increase this by saying, okay, accumulator plus equal to scores index I. Remember, we did something like this, addition equal to. Now if you are doing this, what you are trying to say is that you are saying assign this next one plus the other one, assign it to the previous value of accumulator. That is to say this will give me 20 plus 0 and assign the value to accumulator, which is equal to 20. Then to go over to 30 plus that 20, 50. Then 23 plus that one plus that 50, 70, just like that. So if I do something like this, and if I console log my accumulator inside of this place, this will give me, don't forget this accumulator is just a variable name. Now this will give me something like I don't know if you remember cumulative frequency curve in the mathematics OGIF and so let me just show you. If I come back to give me the cumulative addition 50, sorry, 20, 50, 70, 162 to the end. So take note of that, guys. Now in order for me to get just the last one, it is not ideal for me to do that inside of this place. So instead, I'll just call this guy and put it right here. By the time I save and head over to my browser, I'll see this is what I'm getting, right? So please take note of that, guy. So now, remember I said we use reduce. We can use reduce to do this, which we've already seen. Now, for this reduce, what this guy is doing is that I'm supposed to do this for before I do the reduce, but nevertheless, now what this one is doing is that the first one is representing each of these individual guys, while the B is representing the accumulator in this case. So please take note, guys. So that's for that, guys. I'm sorry I'm a little bit fast. The next thing I want to talk about is what do I have on my list? Okay, is the sort. Now what is the sort used for? Now sort is used to when we say sort, you know what I mean, to arrange an array either in alphabetical, sorry, either in ascending or descending order. So let me make use of this course again. Now, something I can do is that I can say, okay, scores dot sort. If I do this, I can come back and console log scores. Is this going to give me what I need? So let me just come back. Reload. So you can see that it's giving me what I need, right? They're arranging this in ascending order 20, 23, 30, 34, and 40 before the 89, right? So please take note, that's what the sort does. Now, if I don't want to use the sort, uh, uh, okay, I can also use the sort in another way. Now, take for instance, I want to arrange in ascending or descending order. So please take note, there's something I can do. I can do something like a dot sort, then I'll say in bracket I'll say a comma b, then I want to return a minus b. This will give me the same thing as with what I just saw. If I say let new, or let me say let sorted be equal to this, right? If I console log sorted Right now, this will give me the same thing. By the time I head over to my browser, you can see that I'm getting the same thing. Now, if I want to sort in descending order, I can do something like B minus A, right? It's not like a minus saying B to A, something like that. If I do this and head over to my browser, you see that I'm getting this in descending order. Now, if I'm just doing only sorting of numbers, let me say I need ascending orders. The first method, just by saying dot sort, is good. But this one is given just in case you want to sort maybe in descending. So the next thing we'll look at is sorting alphabets. So what I'll do is that I'll just come back to this place, grab this array, then comment this guy, then place this one over here, then uncomment it. Then what I'll do is to change this guy to ninth. Right now, this is sort alphabetically or in an alphabetical order. So if I save and go back to my browser, this is what you notice, right? Now I'm getting G first, then F before L and P. So please take note of that. So guys, these are not the only method of sorting. You can sort between capital letters and small letters. You can also sort between numbers and alphabet. So please guys, you guys should try those ones out. Because of time, we'll be able to look at all. Now, the next thing I want to talk about, real quick before I forget, there's something called reverse. Now what I'll do is that I'll comment this guy out. And I'll also comment this. Now just like I think like there's a big update to JavaScript because these things are kind of new to me again. Now what I'll do is that I'll do ninth dot reverse, right? Just like we did with sort at first. So if I console log ninth and save this, now what this does is sort it starting from the back, just like we did before. If I come back here and come back to VS, so you can see Peter Parker is now coming first, right? Now let me show you this. Just like if we had something like this, and we use this sort method, then seeing something like B minus A. If I save this and come back, can you see what I'm getting? So take note, guys. Uh, right. If I do this and go back to my browser, can you see what I'm getting? So take note, guys. So the next on my PowerPoint slide is JavaScript conditionals. We'll look at the if, else, and else if, then ternary, switch, and break. I think we've looked at these guys before, but I'll try as much as possible to go over them again. So if I come back to VS Code, I'll paste all of these guys, right? Then now the next thing I'll do is that I can now go back to, let me just do something like this. If, then now what the if statement does is that these are control flows that used to control the flow of our program. So if I do if my condition, right, then I will do my code block. So this is the syntax. So I can do something like syntax, if syntax, or if statement syntax. By the time I do this and save, let me just come back and write this thing now. Let me assign a variable. I can do something like let age equal to 20. This is my variable. Now I can now check if the age is equal to 20, right? I can do something like console log you are eligible. So by the time I do this and save, if I head over to my browser, this is how I'm getting you are eligible, right? Let's go back to VS Code again and look at something else real quick. What if I'm not having greater than 20? What will I get? So if I do this and save and head over to my browser, you notice that I'm getting nothing. Strange. Now let's go back to VS Code. Let me explain. Now the reason I'm getting nothing is because I set a condition, but it's not meeting up that condition. So I didn't set anything else again. So that's where the else statement comes in handy. What I can do is that I can add next or I can add another method called the else. And the else statement is what will print if that does not work. So I can do something like console log, uh, please go home. If I do this and save, and then over to my browser, notice that I'm getting please go home. Why? Because this is what I'm getting for my first. So let me go over to VS Code. Now VS Code, next thing I want to talk about is nesting another one of it. So I can have else if statement. Let me say I have a lot of conditions to check. I can as well get an else if statement. Now how is that written? So I can come back here and do something like okay, I will check again. If the age is greater than 18, uh but let me see if the age is equal to 18. I'll do something like manageable. manageable. I don't know if my spelling is correct. Manageable. Then I cannot do something like else. I'll say something like console log go home, right? I'm sorry, else if so if I do this, and let's see what will happen. Now I say if the age is greater than 20, give me this. Else if it's 18, give me this. So what am I supposed to get? I think I'll get go home. By the time I come back to my browser, I can say I'm getting go home. Now let me come back. Let me show you what is supposed to be on that else if. Now, if for instance my variable is now set to 18, right? If I do this, then come back to this place, you can say I'm getting manageable. So please take note of that. Let's go over to VS Code. What do I want to do now? So let me comment all of these guys. I think these examples are okay. So with this, I've talked about the if, else, and else if. Now, like I said before, the ternary operator is a shorthand method of writing if and else statement. We've looked at that before. So I can do this. Let me just make use of this variable. I'll say console log. I'll say age greater than 18. If age greater than 18, let's say good to stay. No, okay, let me just say greater than or equal to 18. Good to stay. Then else, let me say go home. If I do this and save, and turn my head over to my browser, you see that I'm getting good to stay, right? But if I come back to VS Code and I change this 18 back to, let me see, 15. If I do this and save, head over to my browser, you see that I'm getting go. So let's go back to VS Code and look at the next thing over there. Now the next thing I'm having is switch statements. Now the switch statement, it works with break and continue as well. Now what is it used for? It's used to also loop between condition as well. Also used to control the flow of logic. But let me just show you an example. If I say let color equal to red, for instance, sorry guys, then I can now write my switch statement. If I say switch, I think it will bring out the syntax for me. If I press enter, this is what I'm getting. Now what this is just like the syntax. So most of so what I'll do, I'll just put this variable here, color. I'm switching between color, and I'll say okay, my case. What am I getting now? If the case is of red, I want to do something. I can say console log your color is red, right? Then I'll come back again. I can add as much case as I need. So let me just add another one. So let me use a blue. If this is blue, I'll say your color is blue, right? Then if this is green, I'll say your color is green. Then else the default, I can do something like console log not a match, right? So if I do this and see, now what am I supposed to get? As expected, I will get your color is red. If I go back to my console, you can see I'm getting your color is red. So please take note. Now, something I want you guys to know is that if I don't put this break statement here, what will you notice? You notice that this will print out your color is red and it will jump to the default statement as well. So if I do this and save over to my browser, can you see what I'm getting? Or rather, it's giving me your color is blue as well. Can you see what I'm getting? So let's go back to our VS Code and look at something real quick. So you can see that the break statement is very, very important. So please take note of that. Now, if I come back here and change this to blue, right? As expected, I'm supposed to get your color is blue. So if I save, head over to my VS Code, you can see I'm getting your color is blue. So the same thing applies with green. Now, what if I put a color that is not a match? I've said not a match. Let me say I do something like orange. If I save and head over to my browser, you notice that I'm having not a match. So please take note of that. Let's go back to VS Code. For break and continue statement, you can see that this is already here. So we've talked about break and continue before. Let me see. Let me just go over them again. There's no need to write them out again. I can do something like Control F on VS Code and say break. Good. No, 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 not here. Break and continue. This is not giving me exactly. Okay, good. I've seen them. So remember, I've talked about break and continue before, so it's almost the same. So there's no need to go over them again. So guys, please take note. So the break, like I said before, is just to jump out of a loop, then continue. We continue the loop. So we talked about them before. So guys, real quick, what do I have next on my slide? So guys, here on my slide, the next thing I'm having is JavaScript functions. Now what are functions? Now in JavaScript, a function is a block of code that is designed to perform a particular task. Now that's to say functions are blocks of code that are executable or that are callable. Now in JavaScript, there are two ways of writing functions. I have the regular function and I also have the arrow functions. Now regular functions, as you can guess, is the other way of doing things. Why arrow functions were introduced in JavaScript, ESC JavaScript. So please take note of that, guys. Now let me head over to VS Code and let's do something of function real quick. We're already getting into the interesting part of JavaScript. Voila, so let's go. So I'll say JS functions. Now, first of all, let me start with the function syntax. Now, what is the function syntax? Now, the function syntax is that you see something like function keyword, then function name, right? I want to use a camel case function name. Then after this, you bring a bracket, then your curly bracket, then this will be your code block. Now, after this, you can write your code. Now, this is not a so what I'll do is that I want to create a function that will greet a person. Now this is what I'll do. I'll say function greet, right? So I'll put something like this, then I'll see console log hello, hi, hello, welcome. Now if I do this and see, now I did console log here. I remember console used to print, right? But let's go over to our browser. Let me show you something real quick. That's shocking. So I save this and head over to my browser. Notice that my browser I'm not getting anything. Strange. Remember from our definition, I said functions are blocks of code that are callable. So I need to call this. So all I need to do is to come back here and call greet. And if I call greet, I need to invoke it like this by using this guy. Remember the function. So if I go back to my VS Code, my browser rather, I'll get hello welcome, right? So let me go back to my VS Code and let me show you something real quick. Now, what if, for instance, I try to call my function without passing this? Now, if I do this and head over to my browser, you notice that I'm not getting anything. Hmm. Now, let me go back to JavaScript, to my VS Code and show you something. Now, ideally, when we're creating a function, we're not supposed to use the word console log. We're supposed to use the return statement too. If I say return, um, hello, comma, welcome, I'll explain this shortly. But I just want to show you something. If I say console log, then I say greet without passing in this guy. I want you to see what I will get. So if I save this and head over to my browser, notice that I'm getting back the whole function, right? So please take note of that. So in order for me to get what I want to get, I must invoke the function by using this parenthesis. Sorry, this is it parenthesis? Nevertheless, let's go back. So by using that, so if I come back, I'll get hello welcome. I misspelled welcome, but that's not an issue. Now I made mention of return, but we'll get to that shortly. So let me remove this for now. Then come back here. Then I will remove this guy as well. Now, a function can also take in parameters. So I can as well do something like parameter one, pass a parameter. So I can do something like a name as a parameter, right? So I can now call this guy inside of it because I can say hello, welcome, and I'll see plus concatenation, right? Name. Now if I do this, now whenever I'm calling back the function, this is expecting an argument. Are we following, guys? So if I go back to my browser, notice that I'm getting hello welcome undefined, right? Because it's expecting an argument. Now if I go back to my VS Code, all I need to do, remember if I have a variable without assigning a value, it will give undefined. I've seen this before. So whenever I'm calling this guy, I must pass an argument. Let me say God bless, right? So if I do this and see head over to my browser, notice that I'm getting hello welcome God bless. Now how can we avoid this if we are not passing an argument? It is better to give a default parameter. I can come back here and do something like name equal to God bless. Then if I save, so that I can call my function without passing the argument, it will give undefined. So if I save and head over to my browser, you can see hello welcome God bless. Then what will then happen if I add a parameter when I'm calling the function? Let me say I'm not seeing something like Freeman. If I see and then over to my browser, notice that I'm not getting Freeman. It's being updated. So please take note, guys. Take note, guys. So now, a function can take as many parameters. I can do something like time. Then if I do this, I can now do something like hello name. Then I can say something like good. Sorry, good. Then I'll say plus time, right? So I can now do something like comma. Then I'll say morning, right? If I do this and see, you can tell what I will get. So if I come back to my browser, okay, let me just remove this guy, right? So if I do this, I will get hello, welcome, God bless, good morning. Sorry, welcome from my good morning. So if I go back to my browser, so what I'm getting, hello, welcome from my good morning. Let me go back to VS Code again and talk about something real quick. So as well, I can pass default parameters. I can say God bless. I can come back here and see evening. So if I do this and I fail to pass this guy in here, it will read those default parameters so you can tell what I will get. My browser and I'm getting hello, welcome, God bless, good evening. So please take note of that, guys. So let's look at functions that we talk about numbers. So let me do this. Now I can do something like function, right? Now we see add num. Is that not so? So I want to do a function that will add two numbers. So I can do something like console log num1 plus num2. So please take note of this guy. So now I can come back here. I'll say num1, right? Now I'll say num2. Now whenever I'm calling this function, it's expecting me to pass in two numbers. So I can do something like 2 comma 4. Add nums rather. So I'll say add nums. So if I do this and head over to my browser, notice that I'm getting 6, right? So please take note of that, guy. So let me go back to my browser, sorry, to my VS Code and do something real quick. So, like I said, I can pass default parameters. If I do something like 1, then 1. If I fail to pass in something here, it will just add those numbers for me. So it will read them. So if I go back to my browser, I'm getting 2. So if I put another number there, what will you notice? You notice that it will update it. So let me go back to VS Code real quick and show you guys. If I come back here, I can do this. So by the time I do something like this, it will update it and I will get 6, right? If I come back to my browser, I can see I'm getting 6. So let's go back to VS Code. Now, I said something just now. I said it's not always ideal, or it's not always good to use console log. Rather, what you want to use is a return statement. Now, the return statement does two things. The return statement, let me just write the return statement. Number one, it blocks, it stores the value in memory of the function. That's the first one. Then number two is that it blocks the rest of the code from running. That is, the return statement is what terminates the code, what ends the code. If I come back here and I do something like, let me just make use of only this one. I don't want to do that one again. If I come back here and do this, right? And I can now come back here and do something like return. You can see that if I see return, you can see the color of this one is no longer bright again. I can say return num1 plus num2, right? By the time I do this, I can now come back here and say, okay, let's sum equal to add num. That also, I say 7 comma 7. So if I come back and I can console log sum, if I do this and save, head over to my browser, you can see I'm getting 14. So please take note. Whatever that comes after the return statement is not executed. So please take note, guys. So this is for regular function. We'll see function later when we're creating the program. So now, the next thing I want to talk about is the arrow function. So like the regular functions, the arrow functions are similar. It's just that it makes use of, it doesn't make use of the function name, which is the function keyword. So I can just do a variable const add num equal to, then I'll pass in a parenthesis here. Then I can now return my values. I can do console log return, but for the most, for now, let's do return because I've already explained what the return is doing. So if I do this, return num1 plus num2, so I can pass in my parameter num1, sorry, comma num2, right? So I can now come back here and do something like this. So if I paste, let me copy this guy and paste it over here. By the time I uncomment it and head over to my browser, you notice I'm getting 14. So let me go back to VS Code. So just like the regular functions, the other functions are similar. Then there's something you should take note of. If for instance this is taking one parameter, I can come back and do my return statement like this on one line without adding this guy. So by the time I save, right? Okay, in fact, two parameters. Let me say num1 plus num2. Let me just try this one first. If I do this and head over to my browser, notice that I'm also getting 14. Then if it's taking one parameter, there's no point of putting this bracket again. So I can do something like return num1 plus 5. Right? If I do something like this, I can remove this guy and remove this guy. Right? So whenever I'm calling back the function, I will now do something like this. So you can guess this will give me 12. So if I come back to my browser, 12 I'm getting. So please take note. So this is just a cleaner way of doing it. So please take note, guys. Now that's all about functions. We see a lot of code when writing function. Function is like the art of programming. So please take note, guys. Now, now if I want to do something on my browser, you can see I can use alert. It will bring out a pop-up window. But if I want to take a user input, I can come back here and do something like prompt, right? I can do something like prompt. I'll say please enter your name, right? So if I do this, if I save and head over to my browser, notice that I'm getting this, right? So if I type God bless and press OK, it won't do anything. So please, that's how to take user input. But let's say for instance I want to store that and this is to do something. What I can do is that I can come here and say let name be equal to this, right? And I want to see console log name plus you are welcome. If I do this now, just watch what I will get. If I see head over to my browser, you notice I'm getting this. Okay, what's your name? God bless. Can't spell my name. If I click on OK, you can see God bless you are welcome. So please take note of that. So I just wanted to show you guys real quick how to take user input. You can use the prompt, but we'll get over to DOM shortly. So the next thing I want to talk about is the object oriented programming. So let's go back to our PowerPoint slide. Now, what are object-oriented programming? Now, OOP stands for object-oriented programming, right? Now, in JavaScript, an object is a standalone entity with properties, methods, and type. Objects are created using functions and classes, right? So, let's go over to our VS Code and talk about how to create objects using functions and class. So, I'll do something like OOP. Then let me start with the function method. Function method. Now, if I want to create an object using a function, it's very easy. I can do something like function. So let me say I want to create a person object. Now, for the most part, I like using a capital letter when I'm doing objects. So please take note of that. So I can do this. Then I can say name. I'll say God bless, right? Now I'll say email, right? Now I'll say gb at gmail.com, right? Getting this funny. Okay. Okay, it seems like this is not the way I'm supposed to do it. So remember, if I want to create a person object, I can do something like this. So let me just come back to object normally. I can do something like this, right? I can do something like this. Then I can now do something like I can console log this person, right? So if I do this and head over to my browser, notice that I'm getting this, right? But now, if for instance I want to create a lot of persons, it will not be nice if I start coming and creating all of them one after the other. So the best thing to do is to use something like object-oriented programming. So I'll create a person object. So that was what I was doing before. So let me just control Y. Okay, I'll comment this out. So if I want to do that, I can do something like const person, use the function method. Oh, sorry, let me use the regular function. I'll say function person. Then now this thing takes what we call a constructor. So now in this constructor, what are the properties I need? Now it is important to know that every object have what they call attributes and methods. So trademark of objects are attributes and method. Now what are attributes? Attributes are things that describe a particular person, a particular thing, or a particular object rather. Now, for instance, if I'm talking about a car has attributes such as the color, the size, the weight, and the rest of them. So those are attributes, things describing the car. Then we're talking about the method. We're talking about things or functions that car can perform. Like a car can accelerate, it can decelerate. You know that. So please take note of that. So the next thing I will do is that I will on my constructor. So for person, for instance, I will give a name attribute, things describing this, and I will give an email attribute, and so on and so forth. Should I add something else? Okay, for now, let me just use name and email, please. Then now I'll come back here. I will say this dot name should be equal to name, right? Then I'll say this dot email should be equal to email. Is that not so? So if I do this and save, now I can now come back here and do something like this. I want to create a new person object now. Say const person one should be equal to new. Remember, the new is a constructor, right? So I'll say new person. We saw that when we were doing array. So now I'll say new person. Then I remember I passed in parameters here in the form of constructor. So now when I'm calling this, I will pass in arguments. I can do something like God bless, right? Then I'll say something like gb at gmail.com. So if I need another person, you just say person two. So let me just say person two, right? So I'll do something like freeman. I can do fm at gmail.com. Now if I do this and save, I can come back and console log person one and also console log person two. Now if I do this guys and save, by the time I head over to my browser, notice that I'm getting two persons. The first one is God bless gb@gmail.com. So but if you look at it very well, both of them are under the person object. So please take note of that, guys. So that's what I'm doing. So you can see that this is a much better way of doing it. So remember I said something like method. So what we've seen, we've just seen attributes or properties. So let's talk about method. So if I want to get person one dot first name, so let me just remove this person to is needed. So let me just remove person two, is no longer needed, please. So I can do person one dot name. If I say person one dot name, take note. What will this give to me? It will give me God bless. So by the time I head over to my browser, you can see I'm getting God bless. So good. So let me head over to my VS Code and let me explain something real quick. Now, like I said, we've only seen attributes or properties. Now, what if I want to add a method that will greet? So I can do something like this dot greet, right? Then I'll say this should be equal to a function. Now, whenever you are doing a function inside an object like this, it's always an anonymous function. Now, what is an anonymous function? An anonymous function is a function without a name. So in this case, there's no point of naming the function again. So please take note of that. So if I come back, I cannot do something like return. I want this to return hello, my name, hello, comma, my name is, I can say name or this dot name. Remember the this keyword is referring to the person object, so please take note of that. I can say my name is so let me just do concatenation, then I'll say plus my email is, I'll say email. This is not really handy, but you know what to use already, so no need of wasting time there. So if I come back here, I can now say person one. Okay, let me consider person one, so that is what I'll get if I do this and head over to my browser. Notice that I'm getting this, right? So I'm getting email, name, and the function. Is that also? So please take note. So I can now go back to VS Code and do something like this. Person one dot greet. So if I do person one dot greet, I'm putting my parentheses. I've created a method. So I come back. You can see, hello, my name is Gobless. My email is gb@gmail.com. Now let's go back to VS Code and uncomment this. Let me show you something real quick. Now, if I should console log person one again and go back to my browser, you notice that if I open this, I'm having this function outside. It's not like the to have the the method mixed with the attribute. So there's something I can do. So if I come back to VS Code, uh, something I can do. So what can I do to remove that? So instead of creating this function outside, I can do something like this here. I'll see person dot prototype dot greet, right? And if I do this, I will see this should be equal to a function. Then inside of this function, I can return what I'm having inside. So I can say return this. So let me just paste this guy. Sorry, I'll remove this guy. Remove this guy. So if I see, I'll see what I'm getting. Now if I do this and console log person one again, head over to my browser, notice that I'm getting this. Right? So this function is no longer there. But if I open this place, you can see this greet function. If I go back to VS Code, if I say person one dot greet, just let me go back to my browser. Okay, I'm getting email is not defined. So let me go back to my VS Code and see. Okay, the reason is because I didn't make use of the disk. Remember, the disk keyword is this keyword is referring to the person object, so please take note of this, guy. So if I do this and save, and I head over to my browser, remember, when I'm within the function, I can decide to use the disk or not, but since I'm outside the function, sorry, this object rather, I must make use of the disk keyword. So if I save and head over to my browser, notice that that's no longer there, right? So please take note of this. So this is a much better way of doing it. It hides the function from it. So the function is now within the prototype. So all of these are good. I can create a person using this, but ESC is introduced what they call classes, right? So if I want to do this, I can create a person object using a class. So all I need to do is just to comment all of this. So I can do something like let me see ESC classes, ESC classes. So I'll comment this guy. So what do I need to do if I want to do ESC classes? Just say class, then person, right? Then I'll bring in my curly bracket, then I'll use a constructor, right? And for the constructor to take in name and email, right? Then after putting my name and email, then I'll come back. I'll do this dot name equal to name, right? Then I'll say this dot email equal to email. Then after doing this, I can now come back here and do something like let me come back and call this person again. That is something. If I do this, save and head over to my browser, notice that this is what I'm getting, the person object, right? Good. So let's go and create a function. Let's see what will happen. So by the time I get back to this place, and I create a function by doing something like this dot greet equal to function. Then I said to return. Okay, let me just grab this guy right here. There's no need of typing it out. Let me see, return this. By the time I do this and see coming. Oh, I almost forgot. Wait a minute. I'm not supposed to get this function here like this, just as we did when we were creating an object using the function method. So let me go back to my VS Code. Solve that real quick. So what I will do is that I will cut this guy out of here, then I'll put it aside. Now instead of using this, I will remove this keyword. Then this function is no longer needed. So if I save and head over to my browser, voila, you notice that this is no longer there. It's now within the prototype. So please take a look at the function greet. So guys, that's that about this method. So let me head over to my VS Code. Then let me explain something real quick. Now the process of you doing this is called instantiating an object, right? So please take note. This is instantiating an object or a person object. Now something to note real quick is that this ESS classes is what they refer to as a syntactic trigger. Now, what do we mean by that? Is because this method is doing the same thing as this one or following, but this is just doing it in a much cleaner and better way. So please take note of that, guys. Now, the next on our slide is let's go over to our PowerPoint slide. Now, the next on my slide is JavaScript DOM. Woo! Now, what is JavaScript DOM? The DOM stands for the Document Object Model. Now, let me read through the slide. They said it's a programming interface that allows us to create, change, or remove elements from the website document. Now, the DOM is the aspect of JavaScript that talks about how JavaScript interacts with the HTML and manipulate it. And I say DOM manipulation is the use of JavaScript to add, remove, and modify elements of a website. So, take note of that. Now, in doing DOM, there are two things you should take note of. It just deals with selecting elements from the HTML file, like I said before. But now there are two ways of doing the selection. I have the single element selector and the multiple element selector. Now, for the single element selector, that's where I have the document or get element by ID and document or query selector. Then for the multiple element selector, I have the document or get elements by class name, get elements by tag name, and documents or query selector. Or I remember something when we were doing HTML and CSS. We talked about or maybe I didn't talk about it. We said the IDs that are unique. That's to say they can select only one thing. While for classes can select multiple stuff. They are not unique. That's the difference between class and ID. Now the real understanding of that is in JavaScript. So we come back here. Let me just comment all of this. If we come back to VS Code, let me just comment all of these guys that are no longer needed. So I'll come down and say yes done. Right. Now if I paste these guys right here and I'm sorry, this was what I copied from my PowerPoint slide. So it's like this. So I'll bring this guy down. Um, bring this guy down as well. So I think it's better this way. So let me just comment it. Now, if you look at if I say document dot get element by tag name, you can see element is a singular form. But if I say document dot get elements, this is a plural form by class name. So please take note of these guys. So now, in order for us to do DOM, JavaScript DOM, I will go back to my HTML and I will look for content and add into this HTML file. So what happens is that let's go into our index.html file. Let me grab the form we had there real quick. Down. Okay, good. Let's make use of this form. Let's make use of this form. I'm going to reduce it a bit. Let me just copy all of these, starting from here. Right? Let me just copy this, then come back to my script, my index.js and my JavaScript, and I'll paste this guy right here. Then I don't want to make use of these guys that are not needed. So let me just say name, age, email. They're not needed, but let's just manage them. So for now, I'll remove this guy, it's no longer needed. Then I'll come back here and say form, then close my form. Right? I'm sorry, this is not the syntax. And close my form. Now if I do this and I save, now what will happen now is this. If I come back to my script file or save and go back to my browser, notice that on my browser I'm not getting the form, right? So should we style it? So let's go back to our, we're actually in a little bit of CSS here. Let me just come back here and do something like this. I'll create a CSS file. I'll say style.css. Then I'll say form. I want to give it a border of 1 pixel solid black. Then I'll give it a padding of 20 pixel. Let me just give a border radius of 10 pixel. So if I do this, then let me come back to my index.html and link it. So I can do something like script, style column CSS. So if I'm sorry, link column CSS, link column CSS. If I do this and see, my style has been linked to this. So if I go back to my browser, what would you notice? You notice that on my browser, I'm having this styles applied to it. Good. So now something else I want to do again is that on my I don't like this style. Um, so what can I do again? What can I do again? So these BROs, can I remove all of them? Okay, let me just remove them. Okay, good. So I don't need the BRO tags. I can style them with CSS. Remember we did that in HTML. So I can do something like this on my CSS file. I'll say from input. I'll say display block, right? Then I'll set the width to be 100%. Let me do the same with button. So let me say from button. I don't have a button yet. Then I can do something like display block with 100. Then for these, I can have a margin bottom of 10 pixel, right? So if I come back to my index.html, let me add a button. You can see button and say submit, right? And if I do this and save, head over to my browser, you can see this is what I'm getting. Ah, this is nice. But not that nice anyways. So let me come back to VS Code again. This thing needs to have a little bit of padding. Please don't mind me. This is not what I was supposed to be doing, but I always like it when my things are kind of beautiful. Okay, so let me do something like for my form. Let me give it a width of 500 pixel. Then let me give a margin of auto so that it will push to the center. So if I save and head over to my browser, so this is what I will get. Okay, kind of better. So and one last thing I want to do is that I want to increase the padding of this. Let me say padding uh, to be 5 pixel. Also with my button. I do this and save it over to my browser. Notice that this is what I'm getting. Okay. For now, I won't mind the styling. I'll just leave it like this. So let me go back to my VS Code. On VS Code, I'll just reduce the width to 95. So let me just see. We face this problem when we're doing HTML and CSS. So, okay, I'll manage it this way, please. So let me go back to my VS Code and let's talk about this real quick. Um, Now what can I do with these guys? Let me just change the cursor to pointer. Now, if I go back to my JavaScript, let me just reduce this type a bit. Let me say 97%. The last. So I'll go back. Okay, good. It's better this way. So if I come back to my JavaScript, so what can I do? What can I do? Um, I'm still not okay with this style. Okay, better, good. It's better this way. Ooh. So let's go back to our JavaScript and talk about something. Now, on my JavaScript file, what can I do? So before I start them, actually, let me add more content to the HTML. Let me do something like let me see paragraph. Now say lorem, right? Now if I do this, uh, duplicate this, three of them are enough. Then I want to add a class. And do something like dot dot class one. Then I can say lorem, right? Good. Then I can do something like I'll say dot. So let me give this one a class of class one, right? Then let me have something with an ID. Let me see let me see section with an ID of lorem as well. So if I do this and save, now all I'm just doing is that I'm adding content to my web page so that I can be able to, you know, practice my JavaScript DOM. So if I come back, this is what I'm getting for now. So let's go back and practice JavaScript DOM. Now, how do we do all of these? So if I come back to my VS Code, now, like I said, I want to explain the single element selector and the multiple element selector. Now, for the single element selector, like I said, we have the document of element by ID and document of query selector. Now, the document of element by ID, what it does is that it goes into our HTML file and search for any ID that matches it. So if I come back to this place, what did I call this? Okay, I didn't give it an ID. I'll say, let me just call it an ID of ID1. So let me just come back here. If I go back to my JavaScript, I can now do something like document dot get element by ID, right? And now I will say ID1, right? Now if I do this and I assign this to a variable, let ID, or let me call it let section be equal to this. Now I can console log section. If I console log this sec and head over to my browser, what will you notice? Notice that I'm getting that ID, right? So please take note, that's how to select it. Then now let me go back to my VS Code again. Now what this does is that it selects the ID. Remember, it's a single element selector, so it's selecting only one element. So I can now manipulate this. I can do something like dot style dot color, or okay, dot style dot color. I can set this to be equal to red. So I'm now doing CSS for my JavaScript. So if I come back here, can you see what I'm getting? So please take note of that. Now on my console, I'm also getting red. That's because it's assigned to a variable. Now, instead of doing this here, I've already assigned this to a variable, so I can now work with that variable. Um, I can work with the variable by doing something like this: sec dot style dot background. Then I'll set this. I can set this to green, right? By the time I do this and head over to my browser, you notice that I'm getting green here. So please take note of that. So that's how to select this. Then I'm also starting. I can change the text and all other properties. Now, say for instance, if I want to do two properties that are added together, let me say background color. Remember in CSS we do something like background as a color, but in JavaScript, since it's camel case, I will not do something like background color. And if I do this, I'm getting an error because this is seen as a variable subtraction. This hyphen is seen as subtraction, like I'm subtracting the color variable, so that's not ID. So what I'll do is that I'll say background camel case, and I'll say color. Then if I do this, I can now set this to indigo. Indigo was color. Then let me see if it still exists. Okay, good, it exists. So please take note. I can do multiple styling. So if I come back to my VS Code, I can do something like dot style dot color sec dot style dot color to be equal to white, right? So if I do this and head over to my browser, you notice that I'm also getting the same. So please take note of that, guys. So let's go over to VS Code. Let's talk about the document or query selector. Now, query selector is just a single element selector. Now, what it does is that it goes into the HTML file and grab the first of its kind. Now, what do I mean by that? Remember, we're having a lot of paragraph over here, right? But if I do something like let first, or let me just say let p equal to document dot query selector, and I grab p. Now what this will do is that it will go into our file, then it will look for the first paragraph. So if I console log p and head over to my browser, notice that I'm getting the first paragraph. Can you see it? So please take note of this, guys. Then now let me go over to VS Code again. What do I want to talk about? Then um before now, document or query selector and document or query selector were not there. I only have the document dot contained by ID, class name, and tag name. So I think these were introduced in ES6. We get there's a JavaScript framework called jQuery. So it uses shorter way of grabbing elements and the rest. So JavaScript had to improve. So I think that's why they bring document or query selector. So instead of writing or getting them by ID or getting them by class name, so query selector is a much faster way of doing it rather than giving IDs and classes. So please take note of this, guys. So but nevertheless, they are doing almost the same thing. Now, what about the document or getting by class name? Remember, we have a lot of class there, right? So I can do let class. Okay, let me just say let peas be equal to document dot get element by class name. And what does the class name do? Remember, I have a class of class one there, so I can say class one, right? So if I do this and console log the peas, that is what I will get if I save and head over to my browser. You can see it's giving me an HTML collection, which is like an array, right? So I can perform array method, loop through, and set the color. Now let me show you something. If I come back here, and I try to do peas dot style dot background equal to red. Let me say I want to apply a style. Now if I do this, it won't work. The reason is because that is an HTML collection. You can see you cannot set properties of undefined, right? So the only way I can do this is by looping through it, maybe using a for loop or any of the higher order array methods. I'm sorry. So what I'll do is that on VS Code, I can do something like PS index I dot style dot background. Alright, so let me just copy this guy, the style dot background, because I can't type at the moment. If I do this and paste, um, if I head over to my browser, notice that I'm getting this guy, so please take note. So that's how I can style it by looping through it. So if I head over to VS Code, next thing I want to talk about is let me talk about something about the query selector. Remember what we did on our query selector, we just use it to select an element. So coming to this query selector again, if I want to select a class, let's take note. If I want to select a class, let me say this class one class. I can't just come here and do class one. If I do this and head over to my browser, you can see that I'm getting a null, right? Because it's not getting any value. Now, what I will do is that when you are using query selector, if you are selecting a class, you must put the dot there to tell you that this is a class or to show that it's a class. If I come back here, you can see that I'm not getting that div of that class one, so I can now style it and do all sort of things. And now again, another thing I can do is that if I'm selecting an ID, I must put the hash ID. Remember the trademark of ID is hash. So I can say hash ID one. Remember there's something called ID one. So if I save this and go back to my browser, you can see it's a section. Now that P we use there was just a variable name, so don't let that scare you. So if I come back to VS Code, the next thing I want to do is that I want to talk about the document of name by tag name. Now for the document of name by tag name, so I will do the same thing. Um, I'll do the same thing now. So document dot get element by tag name. Let me just do this one right here. Document dot get element by tag name. Now if I do this, the tag name I want to get is the p tag. Now just like before, if I console log this, it will give me all the paragraph. This is returning an HTML collection as well. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can get into this. I can't remember for now. So if I come back to my my VS Code, I cannot do all of this if I want to apply styling, because by doing a single style like that, it won't work. So I need to look through and apply this style. So please take note, guys. Now, in most cases, you don't want to do your styles like this. You want to click on the button so that an action will be performed, right? So in that case, now this is what we'll do. Now, the next thing we'll talk about is the document of query selector all. Now, query selector all, it does almost the same thing as the other ones. It's a multiple element selector. So for now, let me say I want to select all of these guys. So if I do this, let me just duplicate this, right? And I'll say document dot query selector all. Document dot query selector all. Now this will select all of the paragraph. As usual, if I want to apply styling, I'll just do this. If I save, head over to my browser, this is what you guys will notice. Then if I come back to VS Code, so if I need to select a class, I can do something like dot class one, right? And if I do this and save, this will select all the class one and add the styles to them, right? So if I need the IDs, I'll just document the current selector. Oh, but remember I said IDs are unique, so for these you mostly find them with class and so let me just duplicate this and put a P here so that you guys can see it later. So I will comment these guys. Then that's for that. I'm sorry. I'll comment it then. That's for that. Now let's go over to our PowerPoint slide. Now let's talk about JavaScript events. Now, what are JavaScript events? Events are things that happen to HTML elements. Now, when JavaScript is used in HTML pages, JavaScript can react on these events. Now, I wrote here on the note that says JavaScript code is often several lines long. It is more common to see event attributes calling functions. So please take note. Now, let me head over to my VS Code and let's look at something real quick. Now, if you remember very well, I created a form. So what I will do, I will go back to my HTML. Okay, okay, I've added an ID of btn to the form. So let me go back to my script.js file. What I'll do is that I'll select that button. I'll say let btn equal to document.get element by ID. So for now, let's stick with the ID. So I'll say btn, right? Now take note, since I'm using the element by ID, I don't need to put the hash. So if I console log btn and see, anytime I head over to my browser, you notice that I'm getting the button, right? So what I need to do, let me go back to my VS Code and add something to it. So I can add the other block of code. I can say, okay, the btn dot add event listener. Now what this will do, it will take an event. Let me put a click event, the common one. Then this next function is called the callback function. We've seen an example when we did map, reduce, and the rest. Now, what does this callback function, or what's it used for? Now, a callback function first is a function that is called inside another function, or a function that is passed as an argument to another function when the function is being executed. Now if I come back here, I can do something like this. And take note, this is also an anonymous function. It doesn't have a name. Its function is just to do something when I perform this event. So please take note of that. Now, first thing I'll do is that I want to select the body. I'll say document dot query selector, right? You guys understand what this is doing. So if I say body, that will give me the body. So I can do the style, right? Dot background. And if I say the style dot background, I'll say this should be equal to black, right? And now I can do something like this. I can see the style dot color, right? So I can say this should be white. So if I save this and if I head over to my browser, you can see what I'm getting. So by the time I click on this, you can see what I'm getting. So this is now dark and the color is now white. So if I head over to my VS Code, something I want to do real quick is that the other method, like I said, is double click dbl click. So if I do this and save and head over to my browser, now what this guy does is that when I click on it once, it won't work, right? But by the time I double click on it, you can see that it has changed. So please take note of this. So if I head over to my my VS Code, the other method, you can see the mouse in, mouse out, mouse over. There are a lot of them. So what I would advise is that you spend time try and go through them. So for now, let me just comment this. Now, the next thing I want to talk about global objects. Now, first of all, let me talk about the window object. Now, if I say console log window, now what would you notice if I save this my browser? You can see the window is like a big object. There are a lot of things inside. It gets param, atom, and the rest of them. Now, if you look, there are some methods like alert. Alert is a window object, a window method. Now, if I want to say alert, I can do something like window dot alert. I'm coming. Let me just comment this guy. I can come back here and say alert. I'll say hello, right? I didn't spell hello correctly, but that doesn't matter for now. If I come back here, you can see what I'm getting. Hello. So it's a window object. Now, instead of doing this, I can as well come back and do something like this. So let me just correct my spelling real quick. Now I can do something like window dot alert. So I can say window dot alert. So this is just a global or a window object. So if I do this and save, head over to my browser, notice that it's still working. So instead of me to do window dot, it's better to just say ordinary window since it's a window object. Now that's what I want you guys to know. For the document is also a window object. That's why we're able to say document dot this, document dot that. So if I come back here, if I remove this guy, if I say I want to console log window, hmm, let me say console log window. Sorry, document rather. If I console log document, if I save and then over to my browser, notice that I'm getting something like an ID. So this is document location talking about this particular file. While window is talking about the whole browser. It's kind of hard to explain though. So let me come back to my VS Code. Now, what I want to know is that if I also say window.document, right, it will still give me the same thing. So if I come back here, you can see what I'm getting, right? So please take it, is a window object. So that's what I want you guys to know. Then now the next thing I want to talk about is that on this document I can get a lot of things. So I can say document dot okay, get them by ID, document dot this document. So I can get the parts and all of this stuff. Let me just show you the document again. Head over to my browser. You can see when I open this, I can say document the location. I can do dot host. Okay, I can come to dot host. So let me show you what I will give to me. If I come back here, I think it's about to give me localhost. Let me say dot host. Right. So if I do this, head over to my browser, you can see so this is localhost, right? Then colon 5500. So let's leave that aside. Let's talk about some more stuff. Now, whenever we're having a form, the basic aim of a form is for us to interact with the backend or a database in such a way that when a user comes into our website, they should be able to leave their information, maybe name, age, and the rest of them, right? So that we can grab that information and do something with it, maybe create an account for them with it or do something else. So let me come back to my VS Code and let's talk about form validation real quick. Now, for now, I will just go back here. I'll remove all of this. Let me just work with name and email for now, just to keep the video short and fast. So let's work with name and email. So if I come back to my JavaScript, Now how do we grab those guys? So I can say let form, right? We go to document dot query selector, right? So I will select the form. Is that also? Then now if I console log form, you can see that this is giving me the form, right? So I come back here, you can see I'm getting the form. Now there are different methods I can do. I can grab these ones using their name, but for now, just to keep this video really simple, I will add IDs to them. So please take note of that. So if I come back to my VS Code, what I want to do is that I will come back to my index.html. This is having an ID of name, an ID of email, an ID of BTN, right? So on my script file, so I can now say let name be equal to document dot get element by ID, right? Now say name, right? Now I'll do the same for email. I'll say let email equal to document dot get element by ID. And I'll say email, right? Then I'll do something like let btn, remember the button class, equal to document dot get element by ID, and I'll say btn, right? So how do we validate this form? I want a situation by the user must type in something. Now if I come back, I want to remove this required. Remember this required, it was doing something before, it was validating it using HTML. So if I come back to my browser, this thing is no longer being validated. When I click, you can see the page is reloading, the default behavior of the form. So let me come back to my VS Code and let's talk about something real quick. Now VS Code, I'll go back to my JavaScript file. I will I can now do something like form dot add event listing now. Now good. I almost made a mistake. Now since I'm selecting the form, there are two ways of doing this. I can either add an event to this form, right? Then when I'm adding an event to the form, I will omit the button, because whenever a button is in the form, the default behavior is to submit the form. So instead of adding an event to the button and saying click event, do this, I can as well add an event to the form. So you submit event. So for now, let me just remove this. This is no longer in there, so I will use the form, right? So that I will show you guys another event. So for now, what I want to do is this. Let me show you something first. I want to console log the form, console log the name, and also console log the input, sorry, the email, so that you see them. Now if I do this, save and head over to my browser, you notice that I'm getting all of these on my browser, right? So let me come back to my VS Code and let me do something. When I add a submit event to this guy, I want to console log the name. Let me do it this way. And I also want to console log the email. Now let me do it this way. And by the time I save and head over to my VS Code, my browser, now there's nothing on my console yet. But if I come back here, add something into this place, add something, and I submit, you can see I'm not getting anything. That's not supposed to be like that. Okay, good. I'm getting something, but you will notice it now. If I submit, right, I'm getting something now, because the default behavior of a form is to submit the form and reload the page. I need to go back to VS Code and do something. Now, what do I do? Now, there's what we call the event object. Now, let me just come back here and console log this event object. Before that, let me just say e dot prevent default, so that I prevent the default behavior of the form when it submits. So I will comment these guys. Now if I save this, head over to my browser. By the time I reload, click on this, can you see what I'm getting? And the event gives me the particular thing I clicked on. And see, okay, it's trying to tell me that I clicked on the button and the type is submit, target is set to whatever. So that's what I want to take note of. Now let me come back here to VS Code and show you something. Now in order for me to prevent that default behavior, I need to write this method e.prevent default. So please take note of that. So let me remove this guy. Then I want to console log the name and the email. So if I do this, save and head over to my browser, notice that when I come back here, typing something and submit, this is what I'm getting. So even though I just come back to this VS Code without adding any input and value, I can submit and get those stuff. So which is not ideal, right? Now, first of all, this is not what I want to get. I want to get whatever I'm typing in. Let me see the name and the rest of them. So if I reload this, let me go back to my VS Code. Now, in order for me to get that, there's a value attribute. Now, please ignore the value is whatever I'm typing. So let me see dot value. So if I do this, save, and go back to my VS Code. By the time I reload, submit, you can see I'm submitting an empty form, right? So by the time I type in something, submit, this is what I'm getting. So please take note of this. So that's the value attribute. Then now, how can I do this in such a way that when I click on it, I don't want to get this empty feed? So please take note of that. So I can come back to VS Code, then I can now do validation, right? Now, before I talk about this validation, let me show you something from my PowerPoint slide. Now, on my PowerPoint slide, I said validation is the basic is the process of ensuring that user input is clean, correct, and useful. So please take note. They say typical validation tasks are it has the user feed in all required fields, has the user enter the valid date if there is date, and has the user enter text in the numeric field. Now please take note. I think there's a little bit of mistake there. I want to say number in numeric field and text for text. So please take note of that. So now if I come back and head over to my VS Code, right? Now, what I can now do is that I want to validate my form. So remember, my control flow will come into play, which is my if statement. Then I will say if the name dot value, since I know that the name dot value is what I need now, is equal to empty, right? Or I can now say email dot value, so that I'll validate both of them is equal to empty. The reason I'm using or is so that both of them must be filled. So please take note of that. So if I do something like and I think I can do with one and do with the other will be there. But this one is trying to say if both of them are empty, you should console log this. Like it shouldn't pass now. This is what I will do. Okay. If both of them are empty, go down to console log. Or I want to alert something. Now go down to alert. I want to say please fill all fields. Right. So if I save this, I can now come back and do something like let me do my console log under, let me see, email name rather, then I'm consular email as well. Now what will happen if I do this and I save? hmm? If I go back to my browser, you notice that by the time I type a name, come back here, type an email and I submit, uh, okay, it's working good. Then if by the time I try to submit without typing anything, you can see that it's telling me to please fill off it. But when I click on okay, it's still bringing out all these guys for me. Now why is this happening? Because I'm trying to validate my form, but I'm not blocking it. I will follow it. Remember I want to talk about functions that time. Let me just go back real quick. Okay, good. We talked about the return statement. We said it is used for two stuffs, right? It stores the value in memory of the function, and again it blocks the code from running. So a better way to do this is by coming down here and do something like return. If this is this, return alert this. So if I come back here and come back to my VS Code and try to submit this without validating, you can see that I'm having nothing printed on my console. So please take note of that. So it's either I do that. So another thing I can do is that let me go back to my VS Code. Now instead of using the return statement, I can use an else statement here. Remember, else statement is saying if it doesn't work, else do this for me. So if I call this guy, I can paste it right here. Now what I need is the value and not the name actually. So I need the value as well, because the name alone would give me the whole input feed. So let me do this, and also the email alone will give me the input feed. So if I do this, save, and head over to my browser, by the time I come back here, try to submit, it's not validating, right? um then you can see there's nothing printed on my console. If I even if I try to submit one, submit is not working, please seal of it. So I must do all of them, then submit. So you can see that it's been printed on the console. Then if you look at this place, I need to come back here, remove this before I can be able to type something else, right? So that's my idea. So what you would do is that let me go back to VS Code. Is by clearing up the feed, or clearing out the feed after typing. So I can do something like name dot value. I'll set it to an empty string. I'll say email dot value. Set this to an empty string as well. So if I do this and save and head over to my browser, so by the time I come back here, type and add an email, submit, you can see that these fields are not clear. So good, that's what we want. So let me come back to my VS Code. So guys, we're getting to the end of this tutorial. Um, so before I go over to JavaScript codes and projects, we're going to put all of this together and work on some codes and projects. So let me talk about three things. Let me talk about the inner text, right? Um, sorry, inner text. We see it. The inner, sorry, text content. then inner HTML. Now please take note of these guys. Let's talk about them one after the other. Let me start with test content. Now if you notice very well on my index.html file, I'm having something now. Oh, this is what I want to do. I want to put h1 here. I want to do something like for feed. So please take note of this. Now if I do this and see head over to my JavaScript file, I want to manipulate that guy. So what I will use in doing this, remember for input we talk about the dot value attribute, but for these guys, this is what I can do. I can come back here. I can say let my btn be equal to document dot get element by id, right? Then I'll say the btn, right? Then now let me give this an id as well. I can say id equal to h1. So I can come back to my script. I can say let heading be equal to document dot get element by id, and I'll say h1, right? Now this is what I want to do. I want to click on this button and change that text content. This is what I will do. I will say okay. I'll say btn btn dot add event listener. We've seen this before, right? So a click event. Now when I add a click event, what I want to do is that I want a callback function that will set the heading dot text content to be equal to um from, okay, let me just do something like change. So if I do this and head over to my browser, you notice that by the time I click on this place, you can see, okay, let me reload this page. By the time I click on this, you can see change. Okay, now the reason this is happening is because that button is inside the form. So when I submit it, reloading the page. So what will happen is this: I will go back to my VS Code, right? Then on my VS Code, I'll come back here. I will put a button. I will say submit. Then this button, I will move it out. I don't want it to be there, so I'll move it out. Let me just put it outside the form, and I'll do something like I'll say click me. So let me do this and save. So by the time I head over to this place, save, okay, go back to my browser. You notice that by the time I click on this guy, it's no longer doing it. You get, so when I click on this, you can see that that thing is now being changed. So please take note of that. So that's for test content. Test content is talking about that particular text that is inside of there. So if I come back to my browser again, something I want to show you. I come back to my browser. There's something I can use. I can use the inner text. So what is the inner text? Now the inner text is the same as the text content. So when I do this, I'll say change to something else so that you see it very well. So if I do this, save, then head over to my browser, you notice that when I click on this, can you see it change to something else? So now what about the inner HTML? So inner text and text content, both of them are doing the same thing. So they are just there to change the text. Now what the inner HTML does is that it parses or changes the HTML element. Now for now, if I do something like inner HTML, you will not be able to notice the changes. So let me just, I made a mistake. It's a capital letter. So you can't notice the changes. Now if I come back to my browser, by the time I click on this, can you see it? It is changed to something else, but you can't notice the change. Now let me go back to my VS Code and show you something real quick. Now this is what I would do. Like I said, the inner HTML is different from inner text and text content. The reason is because inner HTML parses HTML elements. Now I can do something like change this into something like h3. Come back here and do something like h3. Now if I do this and I save, by the time I save and head over to my browser, notice what will happen when I click on it. It didn't change. So let me come back to my VS Code and do something. It's supposed to be small. Okay, fine. Let me do something like h6. So if I do this, by the time I click on it, you can see that it's changing, right? So please take note of this. Now let me change this to inner text, right? If I do this and save, head over to my browser. By the time I click on this is what is happening. It doesn't know how to parse the h6. Now if I come back to VS Code again, the same thing will happen if I try to do this with text content. So if I do something like text content, so please watch what will happen. come back to my browser and reload. By the time I click on it, it doesn't know how to parse it, right? But with inner HTML, it knows how to parse it. So let me change this back to inner HTML. So please take note of this. Time I come back to my browser and reload, this is what will happen. Now, seems like we've gotten to the end of the JavaScript course. Now, there are some things I didn't talk about. A lot of things. What I just did was that I focused on the most important aspect of JavaScript for beginners and talked about them. Now, I didn't talk about dates and JavaScript math objects. So, those are things you can read on your own. During our project, we talk about dates. We'll look at the dates, then how to maybe format the date a little bit. But like I said, those are things you can read about on W2 School and the rest of them. So with that said, let's get started with our project. Now, for our project, what we're going to be doing is that we'll be doing something like to do applications. At least this will enable us to use all of the basic that we've learned all through the course to do something. So please take note of that, guys. So I know the video is getting long. If you stayed up to this time, I would advise you to just look at the project and get things running and do as much practice as you can. So let's get started. Now, as usual, what I'll do is that I'll come back here inside of the JavaScript JS underscore class directory. I'll create a new folder. I'll call it JS underscore project. Right? Then inside of the JS project, I'll create my index.html, my style.css, and my script.js file. Now, if I do this, all I need to do is to come back here and create my boilerplate, and then I'll say JS project. So JS project. Then I need to link my CSS, right? So I'll see style, rather link column CSS, and I'll see script, right? I need to come down here and do something like script. Now, I didn't talk about this script source equal to module. Like I said, this is just a beginner course. Now, if I do module import and export, this is very important. So let's just leave that for now. Let's focus on let's leave this. So I'll say script source. Then this is coming from my script.js file, right? So please take note of this. So what we'll do is that we start by creating all of our HTML code. Then we do the styling of the application. And after that, we'll go over to the logic of it. So, guys, let's get started. Just to be sure that I'm not forgetting anything, so let me check my PowerPoint presentation. Voila! So, the next thing on my slide is project, goals and project. So, guys, a big congratulations if you've watched the video up to this extent. It's not easy learning from HTML down to CSS and down to JavaScript. So, now let's put all of this together and build a cool to do application. So let's go over to VS Code. We've gotten all of the course files or the project files ready. So let's get started. So let's start our project by starting with the HTML. Now for the HTML, all I'm going to be having is just I'll do something like a heading, and I'll say to do list application. Right? Now if I do this, I can come down here. Now I just need two divs. The first div will be to do's in general. Then the second div will be individual to do. Now this is what I will do. Now for all of them, they will have let me see h2. Let me use h2. Let me use h3. H3. Then this will be to do content, or let me say to do text. Then I will have a button. Let me do something like this. Button to delete. Now later on you can add a delete icon, but for now let me use a button. And I also want a time and date field. Now let me do something like so what will happen is this, I will do something like this small, right? Then this is how we let me just call this section. This doesn't matter though. This section. Now this doesn't matter. I'm just trying to make my work stylish. Now if I do this, I can add 23. Today's date is this month is let me say 6 2023. Then if I do this and see, all I need to do is just to copy this one out and paste it. Let me just paste it twice. So let me come back here, right click and copy path. Just like we did on the HTML and CSS crash course, I won't be making use of my live server, so I'll be making use of live reload. So let me go back to my browser. Now my browser, and this is what I'm getting. So I'll go to a new tab and paste this guy right here. And if I do this, let me move this guy this way. So you can see that I'm getting this, but the text is kind of small. So what I'll do is that I will go over to VS Code. Then now on VS Code, I can change this H3 to H2. So let me just change it real quick. Um, I'll come back here, change this to H2. So save. Then now after this, I will go back to my CSS file. Now my CSS, I will do this universal selector. I will set initial margin to be 0 pixel. Then initial padding to be 0 pixel as well. Then I'll set the box sizing to border box. If I do this and see, by the time I head over to my browser, notice that this is what I'm getting when I reload, right? Now the next style I'll add is that I want to change the body. I'll give it a padding of let me see, from top and bottom I want it to be 20 pixel. Then from left and right I want it to be let me see, 20%. Now if I do this and see, this is what I will get when I reload. Good. Now it's quite cool like this. Now the next thing I'll do is that I'll go over to my VS Code. Then what I want to do now is that I want to change the font style. So I'll say font family. I'll say font family. Let me use sans serif. So if I do this, now I almost forgot. Now on the HTML, remember we need the form that will enable us to add to do, and that's what that. So I'll say form. And inside of this form, I won't specify the action attribute. So since I'm going to be using JavaScript to do all of this, let me just remove that. It doesn't matter. Let me come back here. Then I'll do something like my input. Input of type text. I don't need the name. I just want to make use of ID. Now if I save this, I can call this an ID of text input and then save. Now the next thing I'll do is that I will bring in a button. So I'll say button. Now for this button, I'll do something like add to do. Now if I do this, instead of giving the button an ID, so the next thing I'll do is that I'll go over to my CSS. Okay, it's okay this way. I'll go over to my CSS. I will see the form. I want it to have a border of 1 pixel solid black. And I'll give this a border radius of 20 pixel. Let me just use 10 pixel. And I'll give a padding of let me see, 20 pixel. Now if I do this and save and then over to my browser, by the time I reload, this is what I'll be getting. And the border didn't choose. Now let me go back to VS Code and add more styling. Now on VS Code, this is what I will do. I want to add the border to the form. I'll say border 1 pixel solid black. And if I do this now on this body, I want this thing to be, let me say 30%, because I want it to be placed at the center of the page. Now another thing I want to do is that I will see my form input, right? I want this form to have a display of flex. And after this, I want it to have an align item of center. So if I do this and save for the form input, I can give the width to be, let me see, 85%, right? Then if I do this, I want the padding of this guy to be 5 pixel. Then I can also target the form button as well, form button. So guys, we are just doing some revision on CSS styling. So What I will do is that I will set the width to, let me see, 15%. Should I also give it a padding? Let me just give it a padding of, let me say, 5 pixels as well. Now if I do this and see, if I head over to my browser and reload, good, this is what I need. So this is what I'm getting. Right now, for this guy, what should I do next again? So let me add some spacing. Now if I go back to my VS Code, now this is what I want to do on VS Code. For the H1 comes before this guy, so I can do something like H1. Now I want to have a text align of center. Now I want it to have a color of, let me see, let me use coral. Okay, so let me do this. And if I do this and save, score are going to be okay. Then I also want to have a margin bottom of, let me see, 10 pixel. Right now for the form, I want the form to have a margin bottom of 10 pixel as well. Now for the button, I want it to have a border. No, no need for border. So let me just say background color of coral. Let me see how this will look like. If I head over to the browser and reload, so that I'll be getting good. Now I want to remove this styling. So what I'll do is that I'll go back to my VS Code. Now what I'll do, I can do something like border. Let me say 1 pixel solid coral. And I also want the color to be white. I think it will be better this way. And of course I want the cursor to be pointer. Now I want to increase the font size. So for these guys, I can see the font size should be 18 pixel, as well as for my button. So let me just grab this, place it over here. If I do this and save and head over to the browser, by the time I reload, you can see this is what we're getting. It's kind of okay. Now let's go back to VS Code and fix this real quick. Now the first thing I'll do is this. Let me reduce the width of this guy to be 85% and this to be 25%. And also I don't want the outline on the form, so I can do something like border 1 pixel solid coral, right? And I can set the outline to none. And if I do this and save, if I head over to my browser and reload, this is what I'll be getting. Now I need to increase the padding of this button or the font size so that it should be better. So what I'll do is that I'll go back to the VS Code. Um, my button, I'm having a padding of 5. What if I increase the padding to 10? Font size. Oh, I'm sorry, no need for padding. Let the padding be 5. What if I say I want the font size? Font size. So let me just copy this font size and paste it right here. And if I do this and save, head over to the browser and reload. Good. It's taking a bit of chip. So let me just go back to VS Code and do just with little slight things. I want to increase the padding to about 6. So if I do this and save, come back and reload, so it's better now. Both of them now, they're now on the same level. So what I will do is this. On this situation whereby I will type and submit it, right? So let me come back to my VS Code. Now on my form, I would like a placeholder to be there, so I can do something like placeholder. Now say enter to do. So if I do this and save, head over to my browser, so that's what I will get. So let me actually start the to do content. So I have a class of to dos, which is holding all the to dos, right? So I can come back to my style.css. All I will do, I'll just say to dos. I want this to do to have a border. Is there any for border? Okay, let me see. A border. I'll say 1 pixel solid black. And if I do this, I want it to do, then the to do Now I want these guys to have a class of border, 1 pixel, solid, RGBA. Okay, it seems like I'll change all of my borders to this color because the black is too thick. So if I do this, this is taking a bit of time. We're almost done with the CSS. So what I would do is that I will do something like RGBA, then 0.5. You guys can record this, right? Now what I will do is I will copy this border. Um, for this, I will replace this with this. I don't need that black border. Then for my form, I would replace this border. So this is what I will use. By the time I do this and save, I want these guys to have a padding of 10 pixel. So inside of my to do, remember I said I have to do. Now I have a section. Now this section, this is what I want to do on the section. For this section, or for my to do's, let me just do it this way. For my to do, I want this guy to have a display of flex. So I can do something like this: display, right, of flex. Then align item to center. Then justify content space between. And this is what I will do. Then now the button, so I can do something like the to do's, then to do, then button, right? Now if I do this, I just want I want all of these styles that are applied on my button. So let me just copy them minus the width. So let me just put all of these guys over here. By the time I do this and save, let me save and go back to my browser. Now the browser, when I reload, this is what I'll be getting. Good. Now I need a padding inside of this. How do I apply that padding? Okay, my paddings are no uniform. Okay, good. Now how do I apply that padding? So let me go back to my VS Code and do something real quick. Now I would reduce the padding of my form. Where's my form? I'll reduce the padding to about 15 pixel. That's not the only thing I'll do. And the border radius, I will reduce it to 5 pixel. I think 5 pixel is okay. Then now for these, uh, I would increase the padding of this to where is it? To 15 pixel. Then I would also, for this guy, I will give them a margin bottom of 10 pixel. And I'll increase the padding to 15 pixel as well. Now if I do this and save, I move over to my browser. Let me see changes. By the time I reload, this is a bit better. Good. So at least it's a bit better. And I want to check. Okay, the cursor is already on pointer. Good. Good. It's better this way. Now what will happen is that I'll come here, type a text and add to it. Right. So that's what I want to do. Now for this guy, I would like it to be italic. So let me go back to my VS Code. So for the time, right? The time and date. So let me just do something like the to do's or to do small. No need to style the H1. Rather the H3. Yeah. It's an H3. So no need to style it. So I will say the small. I want the text decoration or font style. Good. I want the font style to be italic. Good. If I do this, I need over to my browser. By the time I reload, so as far as styling, we are done with styling of this application. So all I need to do is to work with this form so that I can be able to add and delete as well. So what I will do is this. Now I will open my console because I want to get into the JavaScript part now. Now I'll open my console. Then what I want to do now for responsiveness, we will not make this responsive. This is okay for now. Now what I will do is that let me go back to my VS Code. Now VS Code, I want to get to the JavaScript section. Now, first of all, the first thing I'll do is that I will select all of the things I need. Now, what are the important things I need? I need the form because I would add the submit event to the form. Then I need to grab this input and the rest of them. So I'll go back to my script.js file. So the first thing I'll do, let me just test if it's working. I say alert hello. By the time I do this and go back to my browser, when I reload, good, okay, I'm getting the alert, so it's working. And the next thing I would do is that I would start with selecting my form. I'll say let form, or you can use a constant. Go to documents. Dot. I would like to use a query selector. You know what this one is doing? Grabbing the first form, and I will say let input text equal to, I can use a document dot get element by ID or document or query selector. Any of them will work. So I will say input text. Now where is this one coming from? From the form. I have a class called text input rather. So I'll just copy this guy, come back to my script.js, and paste this guy right here. Good. Then the next thing I'll select is the to dos. Now, for this individual to dos, I don't have any business with that one, because what I'll be doing is that I'll generate them using JavaScript. So the only thing I need is this to dos, because later on I'll be adding all of these guys to that to dos. So please take note. So single to do will be created and it will be added to the main to do. So on my JavaScript file, what I'll do is that I'll say let to dos, right, be equal to document dot query selector, and I'll select it using the class dot to dos. Right now, if I do this, let me just to be sure I'm getting everything. I'll say form text input, then I'll say to dos. Now remember I said your console is used for debugging, so if I go back to my browser and reload, you can see I'm getting all of them, right? So please take note of that. Now the next thing I want to do is that let me go back to my VS Code. Now, as far as creating a to-do list application, there are different methods of doing it. So, for the case of this tutorial, remember we did array, pushing, slicing, and the rest of them. So, what I will do, I want to create this using an array. So, please take note. So, I will come back here and do something like let to do array, right? Let this be equal to an empty array first. And if I do this and save, now what next do I want to do? I want to add an event listener to the form. So I'll do something like form dot add event listener. Then what kind of event do I want to add to the form? It's a submit event. Now after adding a submit event, I would bring back my callback function. Then this will take in the event parameter, right? Then in order for me to prevent the default behavior of this form when I submit, I'll do e dot prevent default. So if I do this, I can now console log the text input. Remember what I need from it is the value, right? So if I do this and see, when I go back to my browser and reload, when I type into this field and submit, you can see what I'm getting. Is that also? But again, I also want this field to be clear after typing. So the next thing I'll do is that I'll go back to my VS Code again. Then I can now do something like this. After typing, I'll see the text input dot value. I want it to be equal to an empty string. So if I save this all over to VS Code, when I reload, put this guy, type, submit, you can see that it's cleared, right? So good, that's what I need. I'll do again. So please take note. So let's go back to our VS Code and finish this up real quick. Now the next thing I will do is that I want to create a to do, right? Individual to dos. Now what I will do, I can do something like const or let me say let single to do be equal to an object, right? Let this be equal to an object. And this object, what did I want? I want the to do text. Let me just say something like text. This will be text input dot value, right? Then I also want and I also want the date field for it. So I'll see date. Now remember I said we'll get into date. Now the date object in JavaScript is created using new, then date, something like this. This will give me a date, right? Now this is supposed to be separated using comma. Now also I need an ID. That will be helpful in terms of delete and the rest of them. So I'll do something like an ID. And for this ID, I'll do math. Remember I talked about the math object then. I'll say math.random. Now this will just assign a random number. Please take note. Now if I do this and console log single to do, now watch what I will get when I go back to my browser. If I come back to my browser and reload, I come here, add something. This is what we're getting. So this is giving me my current date, Wednesday, June 14, 2023, the ID and text. Now I want to format the date. So let me go back to my Java to my VS Code and format this date. Now if I want to format this date, what I will do is that there are different methods of formatting my date. Now I can do dot to local date string. This is the one I like using. You can see the to date string ISS. So let me use this guy. Then if I do this and save, and when I head over to my browser and reload, let me just add something real quick and submit. Now this is what I'm getting. Hmm, this is good. But I don't like using this one. That's not the one I'm looking for. So let me see. Uh, okay, let me see local time string. If I come back to reload, okay, good. This I'm getting the time. Good. Then for the dates, what do I like using? Okay, I think there's a method called so what I can do, I can separate this using a pipe. So let me just copy this and do something like this. Now this pipe, I will make it a string. So I'll do something like plus, right? It's just a way of me formatting my time to make it look beautiful. Then I can do something like this to look to date string. So let me do this and see. If I do this, come back to my browser and reload, then submit. Good, this is what I'm looking for. So to date string and to local time string, and this is what I want to do. Okay, to date string and to local time string. Now the next thing I want to do is that I want to create a function that would add the to do, a function that would also delete the to do, and a function that would display the to do. I think this is what I would do. Now for adding the to dos, now it just say const add to do, right? Now this will take in a single to do as a parameter. Now I'm just using variable names. Now this thing is different from what you are seeing here. So this is another function. This is just a variable name. I can call it anything of my choice, but I just like using the same name. So now what I want to do is that I want to push. So I'll do something like to do array dot push, right? I want to push to it. I want to push the single to do that I'm passing in. Now if I do this and I console log to do array, now how do I know if this thing is coming in? Is by coming back to this function, then I will call this add to do. Then after calling this add to do, I'll pass in single to do. Single to do. If I do this and save and head over to my browser, by the time I reload, come back here, add. This is what this array is giving me. So you can see this object are now placed inside the array. If I type anything and submit, so good, this is what I need. Now let me go back to VS Code. The next thing I would do is that I've gotten a function that would add the to do. Now how do I now display this to do on my browser? Very easy. So I'll create a function that will display it. Now by creating the function, what I will do const show to do, right? I need something that will display it on my browser. This will be equal to an arrow function. Then after doing this, what do I want to do to show the to do? First of all, I want to create an HTML element or HTML string. Now after doing this, I will do something like HTML plus equal to, and I'll use my backticks. Now what I want to do is that I want to append onto this guy. Now since I already created the style, it's just to come back to my index.html and grab everything here, because this is what we're creating, right? So if I come back to my script.js, it's just to paste this guy over here. After pasting it, I'll save. Then the next thing I'll do, let me just quit this writing so that it will be arranged properly. Then do this guy. Okay, good. Now this is the next thing I want to do. Sorry guys, I just like proper arrangement of everything. uh Good. So the next thing I want to do is that I want to output a variable here, right? Now what is the name of the variable I want to output? We'll come to that shortly. Now I'm almost making a mistake. Now I just don't want to do this, because if you do this you get an error. Now what I want to do is that I want to look through the array whenever I'm calling back this guy. So I can do something like to do, right? To do array dot for each. Is that not so? We looked at the for each method. Then for each of them to bring a single to do, right? Now for this to do, what did I want to do? I want to return this HTML element. So this is how to do it. So by the time I call this guy and paste it right here, and I uncomment this, so I think these are fixed it. Now in terms of outputting this, you just to come back here and use this. This is how to output a variable when using template string. So I will say to do dot text. Remember what's coming from my array. I have text here. Then I also have access to date and the rest. So this place will be date. Now do something like to do dot date. So the for now the delete and the button, I will leave those guys for now. Now the next thing I will do is that, remember I said I want to append all these guys to my HTML element, so I can take these to dos and I'll say the inner HTML. Remember I'm using inner HTML because inner HTML knows how to parse this, right? So you just to do something like this outside of this loop. I'll say to do dot inner HTML should be equal to this HTML element I just created. Now if I do this and save, is this guy doing anything? Not really. Now if I do this and go over to my browser, this thing is not doing anything. Now the reason it won't do anything is because I just created this function but I'm not doing anything with it. So all I need to do to make it show, I can come back here, maybe under this guy I'll do something like show to do, right? Now after I say show to do, what I need to do is to pass in what I want to pass in is to pass in um okay, this is just a function. Okay, good. To pass in this guy. If I save this and go back to my browser and I reload, so this is what I will get whenever I type and submit, right? Good. So this thing is working. I come back here, type again. This is what is happening. Come back here, type something like buy milk and submit. You can see that it's working. So everything is working correctly. So now let me go back to my VS Code and let me talk about the delete. Now, whenever if I create my delete function, you notice that whenever I want to delete, I'm trying to delete from my array as well as updating the UI. Now, if I do this like this, it will be very difficult for me to edit it later on. So the best thing for me to do is by adding something. Let me just say to do. Let me just call this guy to do's, right? Now this thing is just a parameter that I'll be passing whenever I want to update this guy. I'll follow him. So please take note of this. So if I come back here, um I can now do something like, okay, I can call it to do anything of my choice. I can also call it to do array. I think the best thing to call it, I should just call it array. That would be the best thing to call it because it's an array I'll be passing to avoid the name error and the rest of them. Let me just call it array. Now, what I will do is that instead of me to do this, right, I will no longer loop through to do array again. I will just loop through array, right? So that whenever I'm calling this function and I'm passing anything to it as an argument, it will read that particular thing. Remember, we talked about function. So, okay, let's just continue. Now, if I do this, I need to come back here and update my work. So this place where I'm calling this show to do, I need to pass in the to do array, right? Remember, after doing this, the to do array will be updated. So you just do something like to do array, right? Good. So if I do this, go back to my browser. So let's go and test this out. If I come back here and uh, reload. Okay, these are the previous things that were there. So if I submit, you can see that it's changing. Uh, you can see that it's coming, right? Ah, good. So now this for this. So let me go back to my VS Code and continue this. Now the next thing I want to do is that I want to work on the delete, right? Now for the delete, it's just a function that will do something for me. Now what did I want to do? I'll say const delete to do. Now this will take in an ID, right? So we'll see what to do with this ID just now. Now for the ID, what did I want to do? Now there are varieties of methods I can perform. I can do filter remove from an array, slice and the rest of them. But first of all, this is what I want to do. I want to check something. Now I will say to do array dot filter. Now what did I want to filter? I want to check for to dos, right? Remember this is a higher order method takes in another variable which represents the things you are looping through. And don't forget the array is coming as array of objects, so these are the objects you are looping through. Now I want to check if this to do dot id is not equal to id. I want to do something. Okay, let me put this guy right here like this. I want it to come down because I still have a series of logic to run. So let me just do something like console log id to do dot id not equal to, no, let me check for equality. If this is this. Hmm? By the way, I'm not checking for equality. If I want to check for equality, I need to use the control flow, which is the if statement, right? I have to say, okay, if this is this, show me something. So I'll do this. If this is equal to this, I want to console log this. Okay, good. Now this is what I need. This is the logic I need. Now I created this function delete to do, but I'm not doing anything with it. So all I need to do is to come back here and call this delete to do function. So if I do this and say hello, oh, okay, okay, there's nothing linked. Okay, good. Something I also forget. I need to come back to this place. Now I want to actually work with this guy. So I'll do on click, right? Remember on click from HTML event. Now what did I want to do when I click? I want to call a variable. And the variable I want to call is to do dot id, right? Because what this thing is saying is, okay, when I have this, whenever I'm calling it, sorry, I almost made a mistake. I need to call the function add to do, rather delete to do. Then I'll pass this guy in like this. Now all this thing is saying is that whenever you are calling the function, you must pass an argument to it, because this thing has a parameter, so it requires an argument when passing it. Now what I'm doing, I'm checking, then I'm now checking if this to do dot id is equal to this id. Now this id, I'm representing it with the id over here. That's why I did to do dot id. If I use the ordinary to do to bring an object, which might throw an error, so I'm doing to do dot id. So this is now representing the id. So if I do this, by the time I reload, come back here, type in something, submit, come back here, type in something and submit. Let me just do this, submit. Now when I click on this is what I'm getting. I'm consolidating the id if it's equal to it. So if I click on this one, you can see it's equal to it. um it's equal to it. So if I open this thing, remember I clicked on the first one first, 532, then I click on the third one that has 65, and I click on the second one. So good, everything is working fine. So let's head over to our VS Code. Now what did I want to do? I don't just want to do this. Right, now what I want to do is that I want to splice from the array. Are we following? Now what I'll do is that I'll come back here. If this is equal to this, I want to remove this particular one that has this id. So I'll do something like to do array dot splice, right? Now what did I want to splice? I want to splice the one that has the index of this guy, index of this id. I don't know if I'm following. So sorry, index of this id. Then I want to say one. Remember, the splice method is used to remove. It takes in the index and the length you want to remove. So I'm saying start from this index and remove one. So please take note. Now the splice, I didn't really talk about it much then. The splice can be used for different things. It can be used to add to an array. It can also be used to remove from an array. So uh, just do some little research and studies on your own. So if I do this, now what I'm doing, I'm trying to do array dot splice. No, this is not correct. I'm supposed to do array dot index of good. Now this is correct. Now if I do this, I think this will do it for me. Now to do array index of, I'm not supposed to say index of this id again. Remember, the id is is the id of that particular to do I'm deleting. So what I'm supposed to do, I'm supposed to pass in this to do over here. This is what I'm supposed to do. And by the time I do this, now let me just console log the array to do array. Remember, this previous one was coming from where we added. So I don't think we need to call this function as well also, because I'm already calling it inside of this place. So let me do this and check something again. Now, okay, good. This one was coming from where we added. So let me just delete this guy. So let me delete that one. Now I think now the only one I'm having is this console log from this place, right? So this is the only one I'm having. So if I save this and reload, so if I add something, add again, when I click on this, good, it's working. So I've deleted that one. Click on this guy. Good, it's working. Good. Now everything is working from my console. You can see that they are being deleted. So what I want to do is that I want to update it on the UI, right? So if I come back to my browser, sorry, if I come back to my VS Code, the next thing I want to do in order for me to update this on my UI is just to remove this guy. Remember, we created this show to do and we said it's taking a parameter. So just to call show to do and passing this to do array. So let me just copy this guy, come back here and paste it over here. So if I do this and save and then over to my browser, by the time I reload, what sure will happen if I click on this add to do, come back here, add, is adding, come back here, add. So when I click on this one, it's been deleted from the UI. I click on this one. So guys, we are done with the to-do application. So what will happen is that I'll close this guy. Remember, these ones are coming because they were there by default, right? So I come back to VS Code. Now the next thing I want to do on VS Code is to remove all of these guys. Where are they? So remove all of these guys. All of these guys. I no longer need them. I no longer need them. Then there's just something I need to do. I can put the text. Let me see each one. I'll say no to do on your list. Now remember I was changing inner HTML. You saw during the video, during the explanation. By the time I added something new, those guys will go out of the page. So the same thing will happen. So if I do this, I'm having this no to do on your list. But if I come back here and add something, this is what is happening is replacing it. Now, something to talk about real quick. I didn't think we talk about validation. Then before I talk about this validation, let me go back. Now, if you can see what is happening, if I add this one, the new ones are coming down. I want this to show whereby the new ones will be on top. Remember, if I come back to VS Code again, what we are doing push. So if I want to add to the beginning of an array, remember how do I add to the beginning? It's not by using something like on shift. So if I do this on shift, this will fix it. If I do this save and head over to my browser, by the time I reload, come back here, type submit, come back here, type submit. Good. So the new ones are coming up. Let me see new. So, God, I can't spell. So good. New ones are coming up. I can delete as well, right? Now, okay, I can do something when there's no to do. You should show me nothing on your list. But for now, let's just omit that. That's no. So I want to talk about the validation. By the time I add, you can see that I'm having empty text, right? Now I don't want this to happen. Now my validation, I can use alert to do it, but I don't want to use an alert to do it. So what I'll do is that I'll come back to VS Code. I just want to play with JavaScript a bit. Now on my VS Code, this is what I will do. Above the form, I can do something like dot message, the class of message, right? Now this will be empty by default. Now I'll come to my CSS. So let me start this class, this message class. This is inside my form. Now I'll say dot msg, right? Now I want this thing to have let me see let me do something. Let me see background color of red. This is not red by default, child. I just want to check something. I want to check for the margin it's having. So if I come back to my index.html, let me do something like let me see SSEG. So just watch what will happen if I come back to my browser and reload. So this is what I'm getting. Remember I gave my form a display of flex. So let me go back to VS Code and fix it real quick. Now I don't want to do a lot of styling. So what I will do is that I don't want to alter the style of my form and everything. So I'll just move this guy upstairs. Then anytime I save and head over to my browser, when I reload, okay, this thing will be upstairs like that. Good. So let me just come back to to my VS Code again and do something. Now I'll go back to the CSS file, this MSG class. I'll give it a background color, or rather, I'll give it a padding of let me say 10 pixel, right? Now I'll give it a font size of let me see 18 pixel. So I will save. By the time I save and head over to my browser and reload, so this is what I'm getting. I also want it to have a margin bottom, right? Now let me go back to VS Code and do this real quick. On VS Code, I'll give it a margin bottom of let me see 10 pixel, right? Then I want it to have a color of white, so I'll say color of white. Now this is what I will do. Remove all of this guy. Okay, let me just put it and check. By the time I go over to my browser, reload. Good, this is what I need. I also need to have a border radius a bit. So if I come back to VS Code, I can give it a border radius. And this is just styling. I just like styling my stuff. So 3 pixel will do it. So if I do this and see all over to my browser, so good. Now what I want this to do is that I don't want to use my regular alert. Like I said, it blocks the script. So I will display a message after I had it to do, and if I had it to do and I didn't fill the field. So that's what I want to do. So what I'll do is that I'll come back to my VS Code. For now, what I'm going to do is that I will set the display of this thing to none. Right? So by the time I come back here, you notice that there's nothing there. Is that not so? So let me go back to VS Code again. Now all I need to do is that on VS Code, I remove this background color. I don't need it. Then on the inside the script.js file, right? Now this part where I'm adding all of this guy, I'll do something like this. I will say if, right, if the text input dot value is equal to an empty string, I want to do something, right? Else I want to do all of this other stuff, right? So I'll place this guy here. By the time I save, now if it's equal to empty, what did I want to do? The first thing I want to do is that I want to change the MSG, so I can come back to my index.html and remove this as well. It doesn't mean anything. You get? So now go back to the script.js file. Let me select that MSG and select MSG, right? You go to document dot query selector, then I'll say dot MSG. So if I do this, let me just put this before my form. I just like doing everything accordingly. Let me just do this. Remember, this comes before the form. Now, what I want to do is that I want to set the properties of these guys. What are the properties? I want to say msg dot text content to be equal to please fill all fields, right? And if I do this, I can now say msg dot style dot display, right? msg dot style dot display to be equal to block. Now watch what I will get. Now I can also set the background color. I'll say msg dot style dot background. Now I'll set this to Cora. I don't like the red color. Now I will move this guy downstairs. Let me go back to my script file. Sorry, I'll move this guy downstairs by doing something like this. And if I do this and save, I'm selecting the message, so I need to put the dot, right? So please take note and see what is happening. Please fill off it, right? But I don't like the way this thing is just coming here and staying forever. No, I want to I want to put the set timer so I can come back to my VS Code. Now VS Code, what I'll do is that I can do something like a set time out. Using is a function. Um, I'm sorry, Jesus Christ. Then this will take all what I want to do. Then I will set the time I want. So usually milliseconds. Let me say after 3 seconds. So this 3000 milliseconds means 3 seconds. So let me go back to my VS Code, to my browser and redo this. By the time I try to submit, okay, I made a mistake. So let's go back again. So this thing is coming after 3 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry. So this is supposed to be like this. It will be outside. Then I will say message dot style dot display, right? Style dot display. This should be equal to none after 3 seconds. So if I do this and save, I think this will fix it for me. So by the time I go back to VS Code, to my browser and reload, try to submit, you can see it's not there. So after 3 seconds, it's out. Boom. So good. That's what I need. Then I also want this to show by when I add it to do, it should show a green color or something like a success also. Let me come back to my VS Code. We're almost done, guys. I appreciate you guys for staying. Now for this, I'll do else. Now for my else, I'll copy all of this code, then I'll paste it right here. It doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter where I'm putting this. Uh, so let me just put it right here. Now I can do something like because I've already tested all of my code, so I can put it right here. So I will do something like uh, to do added successfully. So if I do this, I can set this guy to be green. I come back to my VS Code, to my browser and reload. Come back here, add. You can see that it's working to do added successfully. So for now, guys, let's manage it this way. Uh, by the time I reload, try to add. Please fill of it is going out after 3 seconds. Boom. Then I can also add. I'll say buy milk, right? And when I add, you see to do added successfully. Boom, it's out after 3 seconds. I was meeting with friends, then this good. I can do study or then add. So guys, this is about the application we're building. Just simple to do application using all of the basic we've learned on JavaScript. Like to some extent, this is a bit okay. We applied all of the array methods. We learned the and almost everything we learned during the course. And if you stayed up to this extent, I really appreciate you guys for staying. In the future, what we'll do might do something that we'll be able to update and then do a lot of stuff. Like for this, we are just being able to add and delete. So I can also add a message if I delete. I can do a message like deleted successfully. So guys, that's it about this tutorial. Thank you for watching the HTML crash course. Moving over to CSS, and now you are here on JavaScript. So that's a big plus. In the future, I will create more courses, do more projects using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then I'll post on the channel for you guys to check. I'm learning, practice, and code along with me. So guys, that's it for this video. Now all of the files, both the course files and the project files, they will push to GitHub so that you guys can check it out later on. Now, so please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to our channel, and also do it to follow us on our social media handles.